officials area. Thank you. SM North EDSA Skydome, good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon to evening session in your second day of your SBD PH Nationals 2025. In less than 10 minutes, we will start our lifting session, which consists of Flight I, J, and K. So a reminder to our lifters and coaches, you have about 6 minutes to submit your opening weight and height for the squats competition in your session. Before we start our second session for day 2, we would like to thank our sponsors, TheRock.co. TheRock.co is your one-stop shop for gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel perfect for Filipino lifting enthusiasts, powerlifters, weightlifters, CrossFit athletes, bodybuilders, and more. Discover top-tier products from the most elite brands in strength training, including Eleiko, Rep, Concept 2, Kabuki Strength, VersaGrips, AbMat, Notorious Lift, Whale, and Hyperrise at TheRock.co. You may follow them on their website www.therock.co or on their social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube with the handle TheRock.co PH for exclusive updates on premium gym equipment, lifting gear, and apparel. Stay strong, lift safe, and best of luck in your competition from TheRock.co. Competing lifters and coaches, last 2 minutes to submit your... Again, last 2 minutes to submit your opening rack here at the table officials area. Thank you. Also, we would like to thank another major sponsor, Eleiko. Attention strength enthusiasts. Elevate your lifting experience with Eleiko, the world's leading brand for precision engineered weightlifting and powerlifting equipment. As the exclusive distributor of Eleiko in the Philippines, the Rock.co brings you the best in strength training. You may visit the Rock.co booth to explore on the full range or drop by on the Rock.co's booth or website to get your hands on Eleiko gear. Lift heavy, lift safe, lift Eleiko. Also, we would like to give a huge thank you to our title sponsor, SBD Philippines. SBD is proud to provide lifters with authentic, top-quality strength training apparel that's trusted and approved by the International Powerlifting Federation and powerlifting champions worldwide. When you see the SBD logo, you know it's a product that's made to meet the highest standards in the sport. To ensure your purchase authentic products, make your purchase through the website of the Rock.co and also on SBDPH with the website sbdphilippines.com, or you may reach out to them at SBD Philippines handle on Facebook and Instagram. This event is also organized by the Equinox Athlete Management. We're the trailblazing professional sports management team with the common goal of developing and supporting athletes on their journey onto the world stage. And we have reached the 3-minute mark. 3 minutes before we start our opening lift. Again, the SBD Nationals 2025 is presented to you by the Powerlifting Association of the Philippines, with its affiliates, International Powerlifting Federation, Asian Powerlifting Federation, Philippine Sports Commission, and Philippine Olympic Committee. SBD Philippines is also the title sponsor. We thank you, our competition equipment partner, Eleiko, our warm-up equipment partner, Playhard Fitness, Gymzilla, and Manuel Barbell Club. Also a shout out to our other sponsors, Real Nutrition Co., Philippine Amusements Gaming Corporation, Pagcor, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, and Hybrid Strength. Also, we thank our venue partner, SM North EDSA, and our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inn. And also our official media partners, Aster Media and MSports PH. This event is being streamed live through the MSports Facebook page. Hanapin nyo lang sila, MSports PH. Paging Janelle Parchamento. Miss Janelle or yung coach niya, please proceed here to the table officials area. Thank you.
Okay, so it's one channel. You have your right ear.
Approaching
I
the
have my
1-minute
left.
mark,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, we would like to introduce our 3 referees in charge for our second session of Day 2 of the SBD Nationals 2025. Our chief referee is Miss Blanche Baron, and her side referees are Mr. Marco Ferrer and Mr. Mark Rodriguez. First
Wait, do you
flight
wanna-
on deck
I'll check first.
is Flight I.
Okay, I think it just feels a bit
So, you know,
because it's just coming up.
Because you're not used to it yet. Check.
Hello, hello.
Check.
Oh, this is
Okay.
way louder.
It is way
I
louder.
think it's just because I couldn't.
What about that? Is that louder for you?
I think this is fine. It's really so hard to tell if I'm just hearing myself or if I'm.
Because this is working. I can hear myself with this.
Because I think now I'm just hearing her speaking, like actual speaking. Is there a way to raise it a little?
Was it this one? Audio check 1, 2, 3.
A bit too loud, but maybe something. I think this is fine. Do I come off really loud?
No, it's
Or is this literally just how it reflects back to me?
I don't actually think this is like
Your SBD PH Nationals 2025 Day 2. Our first competitor is Angela Borromeo with 107.5, and the bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo.
But, like, can you try speaking right now?
check 1, 2, 3. This is gonna be my speaking voice later, so
Okay, that one much clearer. Is my voice clear? I'm just scared that I might be talking too loud.
no, it's. Anyway, guys, I think we're live right now.
Oh, no,
so
are we
you might
live?
be
I'm so
hearing
sorry.
me and Sammy just kind of
Oh my god,
check the
I'm so
audio.
sorry.
But no, that's fine. That's part of every show. So we are opening the 63s here with Angela Borromeo on the squats. And my goodness, does it feel so good that I can control my voice a little bit better now.
Yeah, I really hope. I'm not sure. We haven't checked the stream, so we really aren't sure how we've been coming off. So I hope things are sounding a lot better now on your end. 107.5, really good for Angela Borromeo. A really smooth opener for her.
And you know, we've been talking a lot about this weight class.
Like, I feel like we've been hyping this afternoon session a lot. So it's real, like, just seeing the lifters in the warm-up room. I was so excited to get to this desk and to cast it. 150 now for Seth Norman.
On an opener again on the 63s. Like you said, there was a lot of hype, there was a lot of excitement, especially you really priming up not just the audience but everybody around us to what we're about to witness. And right now, the openers, short, maybe a preview.
Very smooth. 115 for Seth Norman. And of course, like, I couldn't help but scroll through the lifting cast, see what we have in store for us, and oh my god, just a look at the forecasted, the places. I'm so excited to see what we have in store. But Alay Dimdam, 115 for her opener. She did have a bit of an issue during her taper, during her peak week. Like, she got a really bad toothache, I think, to the point that she couldn't brace due to the pain. So
That hurts.
thankfully, she got everything checked. She's fine, she's good, and she's here with that 115 squat. Beautiful opener and 3 white lights for her.
I have a question for you, especially for like the 63s and the 69s. Which lift do you think will divide these weight classes a little bit more, considering you talked about how competitive and how close it is? Do you think there's like a dividing lift for this weight class?
If you just take a really good look at their deadlifts, they are really, really stacked. They're really, really close. And honestly, just looking at all their individual lifts, they're actually kind of close to each other. Like, one person could be leading on squats by this much, but their competitor takes it all back with 15 more on the next. So it's like, it's a really, really exciting session to watch. We have Leanne Desiree now, 127.5.
127.5, by far the strongest opener, and also in a heavier division as well. I believe that is the U76.
We're waiting on the lights. And yep, this session flight we have lifters from the 63 weight class all the way up to the 84. 2 white lights. It's a good lift for Leanne Desiree. Maria Mizal now up next. It might be a little bit confusing with all these weight classes. Not really sure who's going up against who. So Maria Mizal now, one of our only 269 lifters. Maria Mizal is going up against Alay Dimdam, who we saw squatting earlier with 115. So let's see how.
Honestly, I feel like that's something that we haven't touched on in the last 2 days yet, where what is it like to compete as a natural X weight versus like you cutting down or bulking up? Because obviously you're going to be comfortable moving at your own pace instead of like trying to readapt your body.
140 now for Sabina Santos, and I really would like to highlight Sabina Santos. She's our only sub-junior lifter here, and she was so strong that they put her here. That's how strong of a sub-junior she is, and she's coming off of. Yep, I can see Diamond in the crowd cheering for her, and a lot of people. There's so much love for Sabina because she started lifting when she was 9.
Oh.
Or I know she has a photo with Joyce, who we'll see in a while, when she was 9 years old. And Sabina's coming off of Worlds Equipped Championships where she medaled in every single discipline. So she's a really, really, really strong athlete, opening with 140 as a sub-junior.
As a sub-junior.
She's 18. She's turning 18.
Man, again, when you talk about the talent and the sheer discipline everybody brings to the table, it does boggle my mind a little bit. But I have to say that Zest and Equipped have been two words that have gone hand in
They're
hand.
a really, really good equipped team, and also you can see they're also a really strong raw team, classic team. And now we have Rika Marigza, and this is a record, by the way. And she's opening with a record, and you kind of touched on it a while ago. She's actually from the 69 weight class, and she has cut down to the 63s now, opening with 145.
The thing is, it's like when you cut down that much, you kind of expect a little bit of strength loss. But right now, Rika Marie is looking quite solid, even on the way up. And 145.
2 to 1, it's a good lift. And like, now she's like, Jane Erasmo competed yesterday. She knows Jane's total. And now she has this advantage where she can just keep chipping her squat. I checked Jane's total. She didn't chip anything. So this is the advantage now that Rika has. But Claire de Belen now opening with 145, competed last November. I think was pretty disappointed when she missed her 150 attempt. So opening with 145, I can definitely see that 150 is their planned second, maybe even more depending on how fast this moves. So
well, that did look really, really good.
really solid squat for Claire de Belen, and she's honestly such a good squatter. Like, I love watching her lift, I love watching her squat, and probably one of the most famous powerlifters, we have Joyce Raboton. It's been a while since I don't think I've ever commented on that.
So there's always a first for everything, and 180 off the bat to mark return.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen her compete in a local meet, or at least commentate for her in a local meet. So this is a really nice Joyce Raboton kilos powerlifting. Opening with 180, opening with basically 400 pounds. Weighed in, competing at 76.
And you know, again, there's just so many statements that you have to make, especially with all the titles and admittedly all the fame that can come with your name, especially that you've been so established that it is a little crazy to me to say that, oh, this is one of the first few times that she's done a local, because she's been sent out in so many places.
And it's so crazy. It's worth noting that Joyce qualified for World Games.
Exactly.
She's competing this year later in Chengdu for World Games. Easy 140 with that classic Joyce smile at the top. Of course it's a good
You know, the funny thing is, Miss Joyce just discovered I speak Tagalog. The lounge is like, how you speak Tagalog? Also, but you know, going back to the lifts, 180, that is a power move. well, it is powerlifting, but, in all sense of the word, that is essentially saying she has arrived yet again. Now it is going to be Jan Suarez opening with 195 for, I believe, the first of our 83s on the men's side.
One
And
for first 83s, we have Jan Suarez, also from Kilos. Joyce doing double duty, lifting and coaching right now. 195 for him on the bar.
I appreciate the braids, and we're probably going to appreciate this lift even more as it goes up, and no real issue. Does look like there should be a bit more room, up to maybe 7.5 and everything before that.
That's exactly what you want in a lift. You want it to move, like we said, with enough room to keep growing. You don't want to gas yourself out on just your opener. Franz Borrelia now, representing Barbells and Brew, and we didn't get to shout it out, but the head coach of Barbells and Brew actually offered his services being the referee for our morning session, so it's really nice to see them all here, all supporting this meet.
And once again, it's really just the general support of the community. Much love for the very first SBD PH Nationals. And, I'm really excited to hammer down the point that if you ever get those awards at this meet specifically, then you are an inaugural awardee, the very first. So whoever gets that ring, that's going to be extra special.
And I've seen a lot of people looking at that ring.
Absolutely. A lot of these lifts have been quite expected, especially on these openers. Like you said, there are a lot of names going through these flights, but focusing on Earl Rodelas with 210 on the bar as of the moment. Opener or not, this is a lot of weight that is being moved around. Good walk out there. Everything.
Really nice, really easy. 210 for Earl there. And he's walking off, walking on, walking off with so much energy. So I want to see where they want to push that. And our final opener for this flight, at least, Janelle Parchamento, also taking 210, an individual lifter.
These openers have been flying by us really, really quickly. And I think it's been like that for like the last 2 days. I don't expect it to change for the rest of the evening. And speaking of welcome to the afternoon to evening session. That squat is going to go easy. I don't know if they're going to call anything but 3 white lights, so no issue.
And again, always really nice to see everyone on the board with that green light.
Notice how we have headphones on and your hands start moving when you talk, right?
That's true, actually. I never noticed that. Angela Borromeo now, Kratos Powerlifting, taking 112.5. Also competing in the 63 class, so hopefully she's going in this again, aware that Jane Erasmus, and she is also in a junior lifter, aware that she does have a competitor from the previous day.
Sometimes you do need that extra push to really get yourself over the hill per se, to really get yourself going to even attempt a lot of these heavier weights. But once again, this is a pretty considerable jump from 107 to 112. And, I just can't help but look at the forecasted places. In my mind, we really do have a lot of entrants for these flights specifically. And for the 63 kg, the second lift of the day for Miss Angela Borromeo, is looking like it's going to be good. No real issue too. So.
Really quick lift that you, however, it was called on depth. Really easy though.
Yeah, so as you would say, that it wouldn't really be too out of the question for her to go up from that weight either.
Camera now focusing on Seth Norman, taking 125 kilo jump for her. I was actually surprised she showed up. I'm pretty sure she's getting ready for her wedding.
This is a really nice way to get ready for your wedding.
I see her stories on Instagram and I was like, is she still gonna compete?
Well, she's answering the question right now by walking up to the bar. Seth Norman, U63 with 120 on her shoulders. And she is good to go.
Really taking her time with this. I know she's hit a lot of PRs in the gym recently. She posts them from time to time. Of course, before she got busy, but with the way that 120 moved, I do think a PR, at least a meet PR, is definitely in the works. Ally Dimdam now 120.
And you really like to hear that. New meet PRs. Again, that little plus by your name on either the post or on your records is always like a great sign of progress. And
Really focusing right now.
Dimdam hyping herself up too on that walk up. At feeding at the 69 kg class. Trying to get this a second lift going. Everybody so far has been relatively solid. Looking to do the same and maybe push the tempo even higher for everybody.
Really nice 120 for her. I would say it moved better than her 115. Could be nerves. I know she kind of faced a lot going into this meet, so maybe wasn't feeling the best for that 115, but the way the 120 moved, you can see that she's slowly starting to build confidence in herself, so I'm excited to see how she faces herself the rest of the meet. But Maria Mizal now also competing in the 69 class, 137.5.
7.5 kilo jump here. Looking to give herself a little bit more wiggle room for that third attempt, but let's not get ahead of ourselves too much as we patiently wait for her walkout. It does look like she's really stable standing up, so that's always a good sign.
Really narrow stance by the looks of it. Look how close her feet are to each other, barely not even half a foot away from each other, and it's a good lift for her, moving really, really well. Look, she's looking really, really strong. I'm looking at her numbers. She looks like she's gonna put up a big bench as well. But Lian Gayona now, 140 on the bar. Lian is a really strong deadlifter. I think she's done 182.5, so I'm excited to see what she does at the end of the day. But 140 now. I asked her what her goals are, if she has any goals specifically for this meet. She just said she wants the national qualifying total for the 84. She wants to move up.
Oh.
So here she is trying to break it.
Did look good from our end.
2 to 1, it's a good lift.
And, you know, the individual stories do kind of weave themselves. And we talked about a lot of this.
Sabina Santos now setting a sub-junior record. I'm wondering if this is also just her record. Let's take a look. Yep, Sabina Santos.
Is it her record too?
Sabina Santos breaking her own record, of course, 148. I spoke to Sabina a few months ago, last time we got to see her. She is thinking of maybe taking a small break from powerlifting. This is something she, like I mentioned during her other attempt, she's been in sports for so long. So this can almost be like, maybe didn't confirm, but could be a retirement meet for her. Retirement at the ripe old age of 18, of course.
Yeah, but like, you know, we're probably gonna have more events like this, but no matter.
Really easy, and I'm not sure if you caught that little smile she had when she got that. So
regardless of what the future holds, she's been very in the moment, and that 148 looked incredibly convincing on her part. But we're gonna bump it up just a little bit too.
we have, yep, 150. Claire de Belen. This is the number she missed in training. This is the number she missed in her last meet, and I know she really wanted to hit this. If I'm not mistaken, because Miss Claire de Belen actually took quite a long time away from powerlifting. I think 2-3 years away from the sport. Only got back to it half a year ago or so. And I think 150 was her all-time meet PR. And she's fighting, but just a bit too heavy. However, again, one more attempt could have been just not moving the way she wants to.
Oh, and for the 63s, we have a record attempt coming up next. Marika Marixa, and it's been record after record again for this session alone. You already know what type of walls everybody is trying to tear down and what records they're trying to set in place, but a lot of focus on the second attempt. It is also considerably a big jump from 145.
It is a 10-kilo jump, and it's a big jump considering 145 was already the record. But we saw it done yesterday, so I don't see why we can't see it today as well.
Oh.
And just a bit too heavy. However, she did get a little halfway out of the hole. One more attempt at it, and she really just needs to build on that because again, she is aware of what Jane Erasmo hit the day prior, and she is aware of what she needs to be chasing. So Joyce Raboton now 190 kilos.
190. And once again, this is just the arrival of Joyce back onto the stage. A very warm welcome and an even warmer smile, but it is all business once she sets up for this squat. A lot of accolades for Joyce Raboton, and another one potentially in the making, or at least that's what she wants for the first ever SBD Nationals. And a lot. And Mat is going on to this bar and on her shoulders now.
And if you look at this is 190, she's also not far off from her all-time best. Her all-time best is 203. Everyone in silence. Ashley was with.
Oh, she's fighting through it!
How did she just smile?
It's the Nitsukas. That's what I was pointing at. But
Oh, I didn't even notice. 190, just like that for Joyce Raboton. 202.5 now for Franz Borillo. His opener of 200 did seem a bit on the slower end compared to the other ones we saw. And I guess he's just playing this really slow, conservative game of adding as many kilos as he can with each attempt.
I mean, as long as it goes up, it's good for the totals. And like you did say earlier, for Miss Joyce Raboton, that was closer all-time PR, which I believe is...
Her all-time PR, 203.
All right, well, they're definitely in her wheelhouse, as well as Mr. Franz Murillo here, going with that 202.5. And it was a good choice to, you know, keep it at that level where it should be manageable on the next lift.
And with that, he didn't exert as much effort. Tell that, oh, it's not here right now. Maybe he can just step back, work on what can make that lift more efficient the next time when he reattempts it. But for now, 205, a 10-kilo jump for Jan Suarez.
Well, this is probably one of the more intense second lift so far, because yes, there is a lot of safety, but just from the visual test alone, it has been pretty difficult on some of these first attempts. So we are kept at the edge of our seats here. There is a lot of fanfare for Jan Suarez at the moment, but a lot of silence first as he unracks that bar.
Taking his time to really set up and get that brace. Really clean second attempt for Jan Suarez. The girlfriend on the side, really happy with how that moved.
Oh, but it on the red.
Oh, I guess it was called on depth. I probably didn't see it. But with that speed, just take it again and sink it a little bit lower.
Oh, You know what? You usually say it might have not been a strength issue, but again, the yellows and the blues can be elusive, but a big power walk.
Yeah, he's making sure his legs are ready.
Oh, yeah.
They know what's gonna happen. 220 now, Earl Rodelas, a 10 kilo jump for him. Another representative of Baguio Barbell. We've been slowly seeing more and more of them as the meet's been progressing.
Ooh, 220 did look good from where we are, and especially from the point of view from the judges. And like you said, there's just so many gyms that have sent and supported their athletes, truly making this true to its name, the Nationals. And we love seeing all these lifters from the corner, from every corner of the nation. Up next is Janelle Parchamento with another 10 kilo jump here. Again,
And sorry to interrupt that. While we do have a question by Raymond Enzo, we use LiftingCast. You can use liftingcast.com to see any of the attempts. That is also a software. So if ever you want to use that in the future, if you want to check updates on the meet itself. But now, Janelle Parchamento, the 220.
well, I feel like it looked like he anticipated it to be a bit more difficult than it was, and he was a little surprised on the way up.
Honestly, that's good, right? That, I mean, at least you know you're strong.
I think there's only one risk of that, or at least the risk that we've seen today was the whiplash on your way up when you
Yep.
give too much. But hey, that's a good problem to have. It fell off my shoulders. Why? You came up too fast? Yeah. But anywho, third attempt already.
Yep, really quick. Third attempt now, Angela Borromeo. She did miss her 112.51 depth. We have 115. She opted to go up 2.5. We've seen it successful for other lifters in the earlier flights. Her 112 did move really fast, so I can see why that justified that 2.5 increase. Because again, she's here chasing the total that was put up yesterday, and that 2.5 counts. That 2.5 matters.
That it does, especially with such a stacked set of lifters and athletes for today. And 115 looked like there was some sort of resistance, but not enough to really slow.
It's a good lift, and the risk pays off. She adds that extra 2.5 that she needed. 125 now for Seth Norman, going up 5 kilos.
I think it escaped me a little bit what you were saying about Miss Sabina earlier, but we can go back to that once she shows herself onto the platform again. Right now, our focus is on to Angela
Seth Norman.
Seth Norman, as you know, a lifting cast, as good as it is, does have a little bit of a hiccup. But again, Seth Norman going for another 5, an increment of 5 rather.
I do think they're having trouble relaying the lights, but I think we did see a good lift go up, so Seth just on the screen now, enjoying and soaking up all of this airtime. At some point, it's like
Just kind of look at the camera like,
pretend,
Yeah.
like it's not there. But here she is now, 125.
if I close my eyes and pretend it's not there, then it could disappear. But sometimes that mentality with the weights can be, an extra mental
Okay,
boost.
I get it. It's too, but 125 now for Seth Norman. She has been showing up really well. Her 115 and 120 have both moved really well. I do think if she gets this successfully, that is a meet PR for her. I remember her posting 122.5
really
being
good.
a PR. So this 125 moved really well, looked really good. Yeah, I'm not sure. This looks like an all-time PR with how happy she was walking off the platform.
In fact, I think it was a pretty convincing 125. Like, I thought maybe if there was a chance,
she could honestly do more.
yeah.
Her 125 now for Ally Dimdam, 5 kilo jump.
I think the only real worry we have when people go for these big jumps on the squats is how is it going to affect the deadlift? Or
How will this affect LeBron's legacy?
6'8", 250 pounds is LeBron, but not this Dimdam here competing at, I believe, is...
She is in the 69 kilo class.
I can't believe you say that. LeBron's not even in the building.
Really nice. That really nice squat. Honestly, I don't think she thought it would move that easy. I do think she looked like she was a bit worried after her 115, but that's really good for Ala because Ala is a big deadlifter. She's hit 170, she's attempted 182.5. So hopefully with her ending so positively on the squat, we might see an attempt change on her deadlift. But of course, we will have to wait for that. 142.5 now for Maria Mizal.
And you talked about legacy. There is definitely a lot on the line. This is a very, very potentially memorable moment for a lot of our lifters here, regardless of the result. But 142.5 on her shoulders right now. She's looking to make this attempt fly. And it's been pretty good so far. This does look like it could be a grind out, but maybe too big of a jump. Still great attempt. Still walking off with a smile.
And 137.5. Lian Gayo na now. I didn't even have time to react to how big her jump was from her first to her second, but taking a 7.5 kilo jump now for with 147.5. Her 140 moved really well.
147 is going to be a bit of a test to that. Again, it's the percentages too. We have to consider everything at this point. She is competing at 74 kilos. So 147 is well close to the true time still, but nearly has to bail out there. Still keeping a smile on her face. So
I do think what it looked like when she fell into the hole, she actually tipped forward to the point that her heels came off the floor. But really, really good save by Team Good Service. She is giving a thumbs up to her friends who are watching on the side. She's okay.
And as much as this is an individual sport, there is a lot of like love and support coming in from
Yeah,
everywhere.
because even though we're competing on our own, we're still surrounded by, like, we go to the gym with the same people who compete in this
It is so
sport,
anime
right?
sometimes,
Yeah.
honestly, if you think about it. The power of friendship.
No.
No.
Claire de Belen now re-attempting 150. Again, this is a number that she really, really, really wants to hit.
Moment of truth for this attempt at 150. Oh. What do the lights say?
And
3.
3 highlights, it's a good lift, and I really hope she's happy with that. She is walking off with more of a pep in her step now, so I hope it's safe to say she's happy with that 150. Again, it's a lift that she missed just a few months ago, so it's great to see that she's making that progress. Sabina Santos, of course, again extending her own record. And double checking, I think she didn't even set this record that long ago. She set this record in 2024, last June, and she's about to break it by 13 kilos if successful.
You get to a point where a lot of these bigger jumps are that much more difficult to conquer. So to grow within that span of 6 months as a veteran, even at the women's sub-junior category, something to be so happy about.
National record. Goes to 155 for the national record set of Rika Maritza.
A really nice squat from Sabina. I was just smiling the whole time. I didn't realize that I wasn't speaking. It was so nice to watch that. Rika Marigsa now trying to extend her record by 10 more kilos at 155.
Second attempt at this lift for Miss Marigsa. And again, it didn't look too difficult if memory serves correctly, but again, she might just want to forget about that attempt and focus on this one. Oh, yes.
Let's see what the referees say. Oh, just too high. But such a great attempt. But she still gets to get that 145. That is still her record. 195 now for Joyce Robiton. I mentioned it a while ago. All-time best, or at least the record of the 76 squat belongs to her, set at 203. And here she is, 195, not that far off.
Spin, confident stride after confident stride.
Also, a very particular lifter always prefers to have one of the racks set in. Of course, you can have them set in or out. You just have to let them know beforehand. 195 now for her.
Oh, the smile is there.
Like the moment she smiles, you know she can't fail. Like, and that just comes with experience. She knows her squat so well that she's like, oh, I'm past this thinking point. It's so over for this.
It really is incredible to see how attuned the athletes are to everything that they've worked for and worked towards. And again, that smile was like, it erased all signs of worry for everybody rooting for her. And again, that's a 3 for 3 on the squats. Now next we have Franz Murillo on a 202.5 attempt.
I'm guessing he's opting not to do it. Yep, I'm seeing someone.
30 seconds.
I'm seeing someone did say he's avoiding the attempt. So we have 20 seconds left while he runs out that timer.
And with the amount of time we have while waiting, this is a good time to give a thank you.
You need to speed run it 10 seconds.
Don't worry. Of course, for our affiliates first, big thank you to the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, and of course the PAP as a presenter. Big thank you to Eleiko, Equinox, SM North EDSA, Playhard, the Raco, Whale Nutrition Co, Radisson Park, and Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Aster Media, MSports, and you especially, the viewer in the stands, at home, and everybody giving all their love to this sport. That's not even as fast as I can go. I'm kidding. Don't make me
And
go
the
that
timing
fast.
was great. He's walking up just as he finished.
2:07 for John Suarez.
Also opting to go up 2.5 after missing 205 on depth. The strength was there. We saw it work out for Angela Borromeo just a while ago. Let's see if the same can be said for Jan Suarez. And a good lift for Jan Suarez, and the risk paid off. 222.5 now for Janelle Parchamento.
I like how when the bar was setting on his shoulders, you really visibly saw the slack come off before he initiated the dip. And again, great showing, using all that time to maximum efficiency, but walking up, like you said, is Janelle Parchamento here, looking for a 222.5.
And we saw this in our morning session, just another athlete who just wants to maximize what he can with his squat, just going up 2.5, but if he does that for all of his third attempts, that's an additional 7.5 to his total if successful. So 222.5 now. Really smooth third for him. 3 white lines as expected. And that's a good lift for general attention. Our last squat now for session for Flight I. Earl Rodelas with 227.5.
Just waiting for him to walk up. And with the big...
that hype.
And he just runs. It was strides, and now it's just a full-on jog towards the stage.
I was a bit like, oh
Whoa.
my god, I hope he doesn't slip.
Please no.
Like with all the chalk and the powder that's been...
Ooh.
He's really happy with that. His handlers and people in the crowd are cheering him on. And now we're moving on to Flight J. And when I tell you Flight J and Flight K are one of the closest fights we're gonna see. Looking at the forecasted totals, we have like 6 people fighting for podium. We have a junior who can place in the open.
And that's the thing too, like you said, if you really look at the forecasted totals from the highest to the lowest point, I mean, obviously there's still some big discrepancies, right? But there are really clumps.
It's so close, and I think that's why this specifically 74. They call this group Barangay 74 just because it's so like people really have to fight for their position here.
Battle.
And there's some certain names I want to bring up, but it looks like Casey Roy will not be taking his first attempt. I did see him in the stands though, so I'm not sure what's happening here, but his choices are in the back, so we can always check what happened later on. Liam O'Malley now 200 kilos, and it's just 200 from here
Identical.
out.
Yeah, and Barangay 74 looking to live up to its name. And a lot of these squats are already pretty gigantic, even just as openers. We've talked about the difficulties in the past and the nerves that you might get, especially in a hyper-competitive group. Now, once they get past this barrier, maybe we're going to see a little bit more aggression from them to get themselves some separation between the rest of 74.
Really setting himself up under the bar. Such an important thing, like where you place that bar and that shelf you create changes the way you squat entirely. Really speedy out of the hole for Liam O'Malley. A very good lift. Same weight now for Matthew Sagay.
Like you said, there is a little bit of a mix-up there on the exit, but regardless, there's a lot of energy for Mr. Matthew Sagay here.
Sagay now, and I'm coming into this also. I know as casters we shouldn't be biased, but of course I want to root for a fellow Zilla lifter, Matthew Sagay. I see him time to time at Zilla. Really strong lifter, opening with 200. I've seen him hit more at the gym, so
Well, the ocean is still the ocean, so you have to be careful. There could be a lot of things that could pull you from
are
under.
you doubting him?
I'm trying to weave a story, obviously. I see you're trying to I'm not trying to be biased, but it is smooth on the way up. And there are definitely more difficult waters to wade in the future for Mr. Matthew.
It's only gonna get rougher from here. 200 also for Christian Mendoza.
Waiting for the walkout for Christian Mendoza. Does look like it is going to be a steady, confident walkout. Another 200 for an opener. And like you said, a lot of these numbers are going to be so close. And I'm guessing it's really where the second and third is where it's going to get a lot dicier. Because once again, you really want to get a leg up.
And I mentioned it a while ago, and I think everyone watching is aware of how competitive the 74s are. It has been for as long as I remember, and it's a good lift for Christian Mendoza, and that just puts his name in the hat in the ring for this position of the barangay chairman, as they like to call it for the 74s. EJ Barcenas now also opening with 200. Also a really long... Also an OG lifter. Sorry, I got distracted by that. An OG lifter. And actually, a meet a few years ago, 2022 C-Ball, he's the head coach of Team Bars. And Team Bars actually won Best Team and took home the grand prize of that meet. So EJ is here now, representing that team, trying to make us remember why they won that Eleiko bar all those years ago.
Well, smooth as it can be.
Good lift for EJ Barcenas. He looks like he's really confident. I just saw him out magaan.
Very, very good lip reading skills here by Miss Savvy. And like you said, 74, there's a lot of reasons why it's competitive. There's a lot of OGs, as you've talked about. A lot of awards have gone through some of these lifters.
Erickson Capila now, if you look at your lifting cast, forecasted second, and one of the biggest pullers, I think actually he is the biggest puller out of the bunch. Erickson Capilan is also the head coach of Firo Powerlifting, who we've been really loving during this meet so far. They've produced a lot of really strong lifters, and his coach has just walked the talk.
I love that the coaches are also actively participating. Like I said, just the general involvement is something that's bedazzling to a lot, including myself. 205 looked really, really clean for Erickson Capilan. And now
Is he here? Don Bernal is one of the barangay chairmen.
he is at the head of the table, you would say.
Don Bernal, one of the OGs. He had a really good story. Unfortunately, I'm not sure which meet it was that he won, but Don really had an incredible story, because for the longest time in his career, he would always end up second or third. And I remember there was this one meet where he finally won, finally got that barangay chairman status, and he took a bit of a break, did his thesis or his masters or something, but here he is now, really cutting it close on the timer with that 205. And of course, Don Bernal actually pulled for the win against Erickson Capillan in their last meet last year at June. So they're coming into this. It's crazy because Erickson's now forecasted second, and Don is here again with an equally strong deadlift. So
I like how every single 74 that's walked out, there's backstory.
There's a story. These are the strongest of the strong.
Such a demanding weight class, in all honesty. And Renato Degolos looks like, or Desilos rather, looks to once again get his name onto the board. And truly, although not the heaviest class, it is a juggernaut of a class in terms of history, experience, and of course accolades.
That's a good bit for RJ. Portuguese 210 for Robert Abdal.
We have Robert Abdal now. 210, coming off of a really good, I think last November he performed really well, ended with a 94 GL, which is pretty high. Went 9 for 9 as well. Also a man of God. Fun facts about RD, man of God.
I don't know how to respond to that, but
That's the only fun fact. But here he is now getting himself ready. A very composed lifter up until the end where he usually... We'll have to wait to see it, but here he is now, 210.
it is one of the heavier openers here, and it does look like there is a lot of focus. 3 white lights for that too. Looked almost effortless.
Our
for him.
fastest opener by a mile.
He sprung up.
I'm not sure if he's going into this. Maybe he just wants conservative openers. He was here this morning. He was handling an athlete, so we never know. Angelo Galon now. He is the man to beat. Forecasted at first. I listened to a podcast where they polled the community. Who do you think is winning 74? Angelo Galon won that poll. Even the podcasters in that podcast, all 4 of them voted Galon to win this. And a lot of them have respect for him because I think he's also a student. He's a really busy guy. I think he's a working student. Again, I'm not sure, but I know he's a really busy guy, but he just has the time to put in the work for powerlifting, and now it's showing off being forecasted first with a really nice 220 and 3 white lights.
That's a junior also coming for the crown for the open. And the thing is, like,
Oh wow, he is a junior as well.
so with everything that you've described, this is truly a man of a lot of grit and discipline, because that is a lot to juggle. I think we talked about how time-consuming this can be when you really do put so much into it. But now, Mark Marquez.
Our heaviest squat of the day, Mark Adrian Marquez, also representing MCA.
Go on.
Hoping to just smoke this 225. We've seen a lot of his teammates perform really well. We're gonna see more in the next flights, next session, next days. So
Well, like you said, there is a lot of support backing everybody here in that 225.
really smooth. Could even contest RD's opener with for fastest opener. Yeah.
If we just really go into the minute details of things.
185 now for Cassie Tamparong. He
That's a
actually
big
went
jump.
up. I'm wondering if he maybe wasn't present.
Oh, that could be a possibility
He
too.
probably took 170 at the back, moved well. They're like, okay, 185. Because, like I said, at least I saw him in the back, so I was quite surprised to see he wasn't there. I'm pretty sure he must have taken 170 in the back, going up now to 185.
That is still a pretty big jump, regardless of if it was looking good at the back or not. Then hey, this is full confidence, and that 185 did go flying, but that will be his second attempt.
But that is a risky move.
It really is.
You're 170, you don't have the referees.
So it's like it's hard to say.
It's hard to
really.
say if they would have made that fly, but confident in himself, he went up 15 and smoked it, so that's a good call for Casey Tamparong.
Christian Mendoza walking up with a respectable 7.5 kilo jump is still very vibrant, and considering how his 200 went, this should pose not too much of a challenge. I like how there's just silence when they're setting up, because we're also like intently watching how it's gonna go. And with that being said, this is where we talk about that potential grind out, but he was pretty happy.
Like he's really happy with that, so I'm wondering what successful 207.5 means for him. Like, did it move exactly the way he wanted to load up what he had?
You talked about like the potential sticking points, and maybe he just conquered one of them because when he was bobbing his head up and down, it was maybe at like the 75%, and when it looked pretty good on him, I guess he just confirmed that lift. But now from off gear is Liam Umali going for a 10-kilo jump from his first squat.
And watching Liam grow, I know he's been competing maybe the last 2 years, 1.5 years, and like it's so fun to watch when you can see a lifter go from not placing close to the podium, and then finally hitting the podium. And that's one thing Liam O'Malley achieved in one of his recent meets, and here he is now in nationals, maybe hoping to do that again or place even higher, fighting for that 210.
One red light though, so maybe that's something that they would want to discuss
But
because
it's still a good lift.
yeah, but that's just maybe like how meticulous like some of these lifters can be, because again, 3 white lights, undeniable good. 1 light, maybe there's something that they can talk about if it wasn't too obvious. But Matthew Sagay again, another very fabled lifter, as you mentioned, walking up to this 210. And again, the 74 class has really proven to be as exciting as it was sold.
Because, like, even if it looks like there are people dominating in one lift, and you actually ask this for the women, like, is there a lift?
A defining lift,
Like, is
yeah.
there a defining lift for 74? None.
Ooh, there you go. Another fight to the top. And as you mentioned, it's pretty much how it has been for the 74s, right? It is always a battle to the top. It is always going to be rough and tumble.
Yep, and it's 3 whites. Good lift for Zeke, and they skipped over 210 now for Edric Barcenas. And like I said, it's a battle to the top because a lot of these people, they come from such, like, I feel like at some point everyone in the 74s has won or podium. Everyone who's fighting here in this flight has won or podium the 74s before. And now only 3 of them can do it once more, and that's just how intense the 74s are, how strong they are.
It's brutal, it's grueling, and really the answer to that question will only unfold as we progress through the day. Straight down and looking like it's still easy on the way up.
Good. 2-1, it's still a good lift. I'm expecting 215 from them, just based on the look he's giving his coach.
There's a bit of a discussion there on the corner.
Erickson Capilla now. We were talking about his rivalry with Don Bernal. Erickson Capillian was actually leading in their last meet, and I do believe Don Bernal pulled for the win. So he's here for some type of revenge, and he is slowly taking it, forecasting at third right now. His whole team, he probably has the biggest crowd for him right now, since Pure Powerlifting also is a very big team, and he is their head coach, so all of them here right now cheering for him.
So many motivations, but only 1 bar to lift up for now. And Sir Erickson Capillan is going to be focusing on this lift. Takes a deep breath. And he's not letting that 212 get him down.
It's hard to fail when you have that many people rooting for you all around, right?
Man,
Successful 212.5 for Erickson Capilla, and Renato Decilios now going up 12.5 for 217. Representing Otto's strength.
well, you know, you did say there's a lot of OGs, and
That is true. A lot of OGs in this meet.
and however these lifts are gonna go, that rivalry is going to keep brewing, but they can't also just hyper focus on each other because, like you said, this is a Shark Tank. Everybody's coming for them. The moment that they smell blood in the water, maybe that's when they try to
Like
pull ahead.
one missed lift. Like we've been saying it a lot for like I think this whole session this
It's a
whole
competitive
day,
session.
this
It's a
whole
stacked
day, or even this whole meet we've been saying one missed lift. That's really all it takes.
I mean, let's be honest here. This is the top 1% of the 1% as of the moment. So these small margins are going to add up in big ways. And RJ Dasil's decimating his attempt on that. Now it's Don Bernal.
Don Bernal taking a 15-kilo jump. He's feeling pretty confident. Something about Don Bernal is he actually, once he really got into his masters, he went radio silent on his lifting account. We've only heard that he was gonna compete, but personally,
I like that.
I've never, I don't know what he's gonna put up today.
That's
So-
the thing too. There's an air of mystery about it, and like you said, the training tends to be quite public in general for a lot of the power lifters. But at the same time, when you show up to a meet and just saying, "I'm here to compete," so what are your numbers? I'm here to compete. You'll figure it out.
Just watch.
Lot of aura.
Really taking his time. He only has 10 seconds left on the clock to get that start command. I mean, that squat command. He gets it just in the nick of time.
Oh, that 15-kilo jump was risky, and we were rooting for that 220 to go up. But once again, this is a moment of opportunity for everybody in Barangay 74.
I do think he has this. And Don actually is a coach of some of the athletes we've already seen compete. I'm not sure of the exact list, but of course, we'll get to that later. Once he comes back around, we have RD Abdao representing Avanti today, but also the head coach of Redeemed, actually coaching Seth Norman, who's competing in the like 2 flights before him. So
I think that's a lot of like mental stack too, because now you're thinking for not just for yourself but for the rest of your team, and that's also a lot of weight being leaned on you. Like, oh, hey coach, you know how's this and that,
but I get what you mean, but I actually talked to RD since RD was here this morning also coaching another athlete, and I said, "Oh, why are you here? You're competing." And he said it takes his mind off of it. And that was a really nice 230. Like, you think that 20 is such a risky
number, yeah.
it's a risky number. You're not like, but really successful. I'm wondering when they're gonna put up first, third, considering that was 20 kilos. Would 10 kilos slow him down significantly, or will they just opt for that 5? Angelo Galon.
It's a good question. I mean, there's really, well, after this, we're gonna see if there's anybody to contest that 230. So maybe it's leaning on how these next 2 attempts are gonna go for Mr. Galon and Mr. Marquez, but all eyes on the former. He did say this is a very dedicated man, not just to the sport, but all of his responsibilities. So grit and grind it shall be. His 230, it could fly up the way his 220 did. Two.
2-1, it's a good lift. And I do think he has room to grind 5 to 7.5 more. Maybe risk it for that 10, but again, he's currently leading already. You don't want to risk. Like we said, it just takes one failed lift to potentially cost that podium for you. But Marquez now, our heaviest squatter, taking 235.
Like you said, there is a lot of experience in this weight class, so maybe one lift is not enough to deter them from their pursuit of the chairman of this barangay. And right now, 235. How's it gonna go for Mr. Marquez? Like one who wants to be at that top seat,
That's
apparently.
moving really well. I'm wondering if they're going for 242. Because the thing is, Mr. Marquez could potentially slowly climb to that third if, depending on his squat, because he's forecasted at 485 without a third squat in him, with third place at 595. So,
Ooh.
yep, I see it. They're putting up a chip. 205 now for Cassie Roy. Tamparong 205 took a very risky backroom opener. Came out of the void.
A stealth 170. And now on 205, these have been two very, very aggressive jumps off rip for Mr. Casey Roy here. And if they had full confidence on this 185, then this 205 should be, well, no issue. But like you said, this is such a dangerous group because we've seen these forecasts go all over the place in these last two lifts.
And just a bit too heavy. But he does have that successful 185. 212 now for Christian Mendoza. And last time we saw him, he was really happy with how the 207.5 moved. And I'm guessing that this 212.5 is what he was aiming to hit in the first place. For his third, he's walking off, he's hyped.
212.5. Everything before this looked pretty good. He had a few head nods, but he is looking intently at this bar, so this 212 could be a little deceptive to, I guess, everybody competing, or at least looking at these athletes complete. He is taking his time, but now the bar is off the rack. And he's taking a deep breath. He does look a little taxed. Oh.
And it was just a bit difficult. 5, like you say, 5 kilos heavier than it sounds.
No, I'm pretty sure it's really heavy already. You know? Again, it's just desensitized to elite competition. Is obviously 99% of the strength on this commentary table. But focusing on Mr. Erickson here.
Going for that 2.5, like we said, especially because he is forecasted third. He really played safe, take that 2.5. You never know if that 2.5 is all I needed. All I need at the end of the day to take third, second, first. So
Erickson
just
Capillion.
add to that total.
Slow and steady approach, like you said, with these jumps. And oh, a little bit of a shake at the head here. So that 2.5 remains to be elusive, but have faith. Like you said, champions will bounce back one way or another.
And while we highlight the importance of the 2.5, it's also positive to see it as at least it's only a 2.5 loss. It's the smallest type of loss you can get going into this meet. So
Oh yeah.
while it was also important for that 2.5 for him to gain, at least that's all he didn't get, if that makes sense to you. But
It does go both ways, you know,
Yup,
because
it goes
2.5,
both ways.
it's like, oh yeah, I barely lost, but then barely losing sometimes is probably the most painful sting. Edric Barcenas has no plans on doing just that, looking to secure this 215 and potentially bump himself up, but no. It is a struggle at the bottom. This is by far probably the most difficult third squad.
4 missed lifts so far. Kurt Manley hoping to change that. 220 for him, another 10 kilo jump.
pressure for Liam Umali as well, because again, he could be power himself. 220 on the bar, onto his shoulders, and hopefully back up to snaggle a few places up. We still don't have the positional updates just yet, but that should come up shortly. But anyway, the squat is, rather the walkout is looking good.
He's really taking his time with it.
Ooh.
I really like his technique, but unfortunately it was just
3
too
red
high
lines.
called on depth. But you could see that he was really trying to take his time with it to hit depth and make it as controlled as possible. But with that
We're
5,
talking about it. He seems a little annoyed by it, but that's only
okay,
normal.
it's Zeke's turn. Is Zeke gonna turn the tides? We have 5 no lifts on the board for our third attempt. It's not a single lift.
No
On
boy.
the third has been a good lift. We have Zeke now hoping to turn things around. 220.
This should be the first if he does succeed. His 210 looked really good. And now he has the luxury of taking the lead at the only third squat. But no, that bar is an extra 400 kilos apparently for everybody on this third squat.
That. Please, Dawn, you can do something so funny right now.
Now wait a minute.
After failing that 220 on his second, he can do something so funny right now.
He could take the lead back.
And he could slowly keep increasing his numbers if this 220 is successful, because it's a 15 kilo loss, but it could also be a 15 kilo gain.
These margins are, again, just to remind everybody, pretty crazy. But 220 proving to be a true challenge for a lot. That 220 on his last attempt did look incredibly difficult on really all aspects, but maybe they cleaned this up and potentially could snag away a few places for himself. The forecast has gone ballistic with how this third squat has gone so far. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, wow. Wow. He actually did something so funny right now. I'm really surprised that he actually managed to clean that up. The first green on the board on our third attempt comes from Don Bernal, who just missed that same weight on our second.
That was
Renato now hoping to extend this green. Like, you know, when you hold a cell on the spreadsheet, I'm hoping that's what
to
it's gonna
select everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm hoping that that's what it's gonna look like all the way down now. 225 for Renato this series.
He wants that success to be infectious and wants potentially to claim the first 3 out of 3 for Barangay 74. 225 though, 220 has proven to be a challenge for a majority of these lifters. 225 should be no easier for Mr. Renato here. And on the way down, he is breathing and he's fighting it and he gets it. And that is the first 3-piece for this lift.
3 for 3 lifter. We have Renato Desilos with that successful 225. Robert Abdao now 235. I do think this was the right call. 230 just seemed a bit heavier than maybe he was expecting, but again, it was also a 20 kilo jump. So we have RD Abdao now. I'm gonna pull up.
You know, I do agree with your points that despite the difficulty of that 230, it didn't look like there was too much like form degradation. Like you said, he's incredibly composed. And this 235, he's looking to take that same grace onto that bar.
Composing, maybe giving a little bit of a prayer. I wasn't joking when I say he is a man of God. His team name, Redeemed, of course. trying to redeem maybe that slower 230 than he is expecting, but bro, you have 9 seconds.
I mean, faith and strength, they go hand in hand.
He
And
has 4 seconds.
yep, this man could prove to be
Oh
a
my
true
God.
paladin. And he's
He
grinding it out.
beat the buzzer by a split second.
Can he get it up? Yes, he can. That's
Bro,
235.
bro. Artie, when you rewatch this, please, you only had 1 second left.
Oh my God, Sammy, this is the sport. My heart is not in a good spot right now.
Anyway, like honestly, I was just hoping he'd get the start command before the timer ran out.
That was too close. I was already holding my breath.
I didn't even watch the rest of the lift. I just hoped he got the start command. But of course, congratulations, RD and Angelo Galon right now. 237.5. Getting this puts him at first. So not only is he probably barangay chairman, he's also SK chairman as a junior lifter.
Well, there is a lot of responsibility that this man has to live.
Working to do the
Yeah.
double chairman.
And this 237.5 attempt. Those shoulders were made broad for a reason, and he fights it and gets a 237.5. And is it a good lift?
Yeah, I could see it from our view. It did seem a bit too high, but it's a really good attempt for him. Mark Marquez now trying to get the 74 kilo squat record. I think we mentioned this earlier this morning because someone is also coming close. The record now stands at 240.5.
He's hyping himself up,
And just so, you can't see it, but the guy who has that record is watching him right now.
I see him. He's at the corner.
The record is held by James C. in the corner.
Yeah, he's looking.
He's watching.
His throne looking to get usurped by Mr. Mark Marquez. You're the first to grace the 240 mark for the lift, and he's going up, and that was way too quick. And a record dominated, smoke destroyed.
And I see James C. give a little clap, a little nod.
He acknowledges
He
it.
acknowledges that someone, it's not his anymore. He respects that. And of course, like, we can't even stop. We're now going to Flight K, and if you thought the 74s were competitive, the 83s are just as. We have the same story actually. An 83 junior who can win the Open.
Man, I mean, like, there are juniors that are pure hard work and talent, and there are the experienced titans of the weight class. And J&K, despite the initials, is a completely serious set of flights and is proving to be not a joke at all. Mr. Jose Haplos going on to that bar, and 165 is looking to be his opener.
Small smile on his face as he gets that up, and it's a good lift for him. We have Juris Ragma now. Like, I'm actually shaking and I can't tell if it's because
It's the
I'm
cold.
hyped,
It's
am
the
I
hype.
cold, like what's happening right now. Juris Ragma, and I mentioned this a while ago, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of them representing Mayhem Powerlifting again. They are here defending that best team men's open championship that they've had for 3 years now.
195 on the bar. And like you said, a legacy to defend for Mayhem Powerlifting. Just a little bit more motivation to keep that excellence going. They will go for a pretty confident setup. And I'm curious to see if the second and third attempts for this flight is going to be as like brutal as the previous. Because if not, that should have been probably the hardest set of lifts we've seen in the entire 2 days.
good lift for Juris Ragma. Really quick 195 running off the platform. Mark Bascara now 200.
Two hundo for Mark Mascara, the first to touch that mark for this weight class at least. As per usual, as we progress downwards, we are going to see some pretty big jumps here. Big smile on his face, looking a lot like he's very ready to do this. We talked about how people do test it out before unracking it officially. But it did look like he was happy with the way it flew.
Yep.
And that's effortless. That's a gimme.
That's a really good opener for Mark Bascara. Fighting in the open and the junior, and we do have a lot. It's a bit hard to tell the placings right now. We only have a few juniors here actually, but because we have juniors from the earlier session who already have a total, it looks like they're placed far behind, but as they get their attempts in, as they get their benches in, we should get the clearer picture of where the juniors in these sessions really place. But Vince Gutierrez now
taking to the stage again. Like you said, the juniors have a very big and obvious points of reference for a lot of their lifts here.
and I think this is his team Crusaders. I think this is led by Ken Austria, the strongest 105 junior in the Philippines by a mile.
By a mile.
And a good lift for him. And I'm sorry I cut you off. What were you saying about these junior lifters?
I don't know. Again, I got distracted by the lift.
Sorry,
No,
I'm
it's
so
okay.
sorry. But
I
now
mean-
we have... Okay, let's recompose.
Yes.
Ivan Salonga right now, 200 on the bar for him also.
Well, certainly there are a lot of things to really be impressed. These lifts have been on that level all event long, and it's looking to continue to ramp up still. Just waiting for the command, and it looked like it was pretty good from our end.
It's a good lift for him. No update on the lifting cast, but I do think the referees all gave a thumbs up. But that was... We have 205 now for Emmanuel Medale. I do think, yep, this is Nui. He also competed in Cebu in Visayas. Not sure if you know him personally. He was in the Visayas meet.
Just because I'm from Cebu doesn't mean
No, you
that
were. No, I'm just saying you were in that meet. You were present in that meet.
But then again, that has happened on more than multiple occasions. Like, Raph, do you know this person from Cebu?
But
What does that
okay,
mean? But yes.
okay. I'm sorry I implied that all
Oh, no, but don't worry, I probably
know
know you
each
know what I
other.
mean.
But we have Nui
We kinda
Medallion
do, though.
now. We ran into him. Filippo and I ran into him in the Park Inn elevator. So, and I just asked him anything you want me to shout out, talk about while you're lifting, and he just said he wants a 600 total.
Well, he will definitely fight for it because, like you said, it is a very gruesome group to be in. 205 will be an opener, making his case for that 600 total a little more
Oh wow!
persuasive.
Really easy 205 for him.
But no, you're not wrong. Everybody in Cebu does kind of know each other. So. That's just how it is. Everybody is super tight-knit and close to each other. And I believe this is John Cuevas with a 207 and a half on that bar.
We have Jan Cuevas now, 207.5. We've been seeing some really solid openers. So I'm excited because I feel like we've already watched so many spots in this flight, but there's like 6, 7 more to go. This is a really long flight.
Well, you better get comfy in your seats, ladies and gents, because we are witnessing like you said, a long, perilous, and competitive flight. 207.5. Could go up a bit faster than the previous lifter, but hey, like I said, that 600 total is being hunted by multiple of our lifters actually. If we look at the forecasted totals, another good lift. So far it's been no turbulence for this flight to be had, at least for these openers again.
We have Mark D now, 210. One of our stronger benchers, Mark D. He usually closes out the flight, opening up midway now at 210.
Oh, the squat will have to come first. Doesn't look too bothered about this 210, to be honest with you. See, he just looks at, okay,
He gives a little thumbs up as he's walking out.
he moves on.
We have Tos Kiambao now. Zilla favorite. So we do have that noise at the back. A very hyped lifter. Very hyped, very angry lifter. Which is so different from his persona when he's not on the platform. So opening now with 210.
Like
Competing now as a junior, of course, forecasted 8th, but I was saying a while ago it is because we already have juniors who have a higher total from earlier this morning. And one thing about Tos, he walks out really far.
that was what? How many steps was that?
He walks out really far, but he squats really fast. And let's see what the referees have to say about the 210. 3 white lights. And it's a good lift for Miguel Kiambao.
I caught myself like bracing as the squat was gonna happen, so I don't know if that's a force that happened, but
We have John Sarima now. John Sarima, a fan favorite.
obviously,
He
right?
is a fan favorite. A bit of an influencer, you may say.
I see.
Opening with 215. Now, the squats are maybe a controversial lift for John. He's been called on depth for a lot of his squats and has missed a lot, not on strength but just on depth. And I know being able to sink it is really something important to him, because just a few weeks ago he hit an all-time PR for the first time in 4 years.
Oh, and that is you on a long road, you know?
And
Or at least you as a person.
I feel like I got ahead of myself. I couldn't even talk
was really
about
fast.
that 215 really fast.
Undeniable
Made sure
depth,
he
too.
sang it. Yep, undeniable depth. And hopefully now he's really confident going in now.
And I love the storytelling that we've had for a lot of these lifters, and I can tell that you've had a lot of information, not just from Instagram and whatever, but from just the experience you've gotten over the years of lifting, seeing everybody grow to a national level, potentially even more so. And it does look like Mr. Jesse Umahon is looking to do the same with his 220 opener at 81 kilos. A lot of focus, deep breath.
Really easy 220 for Jesse.
Again, no matter what the weight class, the 200s will always be so
And
mesmerizing.
this is one to watch. Leo Almeida. He's the one I was telling you about, the junior who could win it all in the open. Just take a look at what he has on bench. Look at what he's opening with on bench. But of
How do you do
course,
that?
220 first. Leo,
Well, how do you do that? The answer is to be strong.
if you look at his forecasted total, he's not even
pretty
that
high.
far off from who's in first. only 5 kilos behind first place on forecasted total.
Again, regardless how close that is, for a junior to contest the open division is always a threat that has to be respected because that is a lot of growing room and a lot of like potential to fill out as you grow into your physical body. Now, arguably the biggest opener we've seen in the last 2 days on the squat.
And of course, we've been hyping everyone up. I think it's only safe to hype up the 83, strongest 83 of last year, Armand Anonino. He took home the squat record in Cebu. But he is from Bohol. Took home the squat record in Cebu. Currently forecasted at number 1. Well, number 3 now due to other people putting in their numbers for their second attempt. But of course, he is the one to beat. Everyone more or less assumes that he's going to win this. But of course, Leo Almeida giving him a run for his money. Let's see this 240.
Oh wow, that bar was just the truth. It was whipping from that 240. But a 240 that was a clean opener for the very well-deserved, strongest 83, as you mentioned. Award-winning squats as well for Mr. Armand Anonchado, as you mentioned. But again, we bump up the stakes a little bit higher this time.
We have Angelo Panerio, also a really strong equipped lifter. I think he cut from 93 actually.
To 81, right?
He cut from 93. He's at 81 right now. And he competed in 93 just last November.
That's a month. Well, not a month, but a few months
months.
ago.
That's the holidays. He cut during the holidays.
How do you even retain that much strength, to be honest with you? It's such a ridiculous cut.
Really good. And the thing for Angela Panerio, we mentioned that actually, I just realized we mentioned that Armand Anunciado took home the squat record, but the squat record stands at 260, and Angelo Panerio just demolished that 250. We're for sure seeing 260.5 or more for his second attempt.
Is this kind of like another Kel story where, oh, he went down?
He went down to take the record.
Well, that can't be fair, especially when he's maintained probably all his strength. I think there was a lot of like conversation too backstage, and they were kind of like prepping me for this. And again, in the span of a few months, 10 kilos is not a joke to cut. It can take a longer time for most people. But hey, this is not most people. This is the finest lifters in the country fighting for that top spot. This is the second lift for Jose Haplos at 177.5. And just to continue that story, the further down we go, the more intense it becomes. But at the top, those prospects for the future are just so eye-catching for any scouts. And like, oh hey, maybe you could be coached to maybe hit that maximum potential per se.
We're seeing some discussion in the background. Him with his spotters, handlers, deciding what should we do for the third. But before we get to that, Juris Ragma, a bit of a big jump, 15 kilos for 210. But of course, when you're squatting 195, I feel like maybe 15 kilos isn't that. Maybe it doesn't get to you as much.
It did look pretty good on that 195. And so maybe it's just playing a little bit of catch up. You did talk about the strategic value to that, to maybe make the first squat a lot lighter, because that does look like it could have been a potential opener too. A lot of smiles.
I think it's safe to say he's really happy with how that moved. I don't even think he told his handler. He's like, I trust you. You saw how fast that was. 210 now again for Vince Gutierrez.
Another decently big jump here by Vince Gutierrez, as we mentioned. It is 210 kilos on that bar. You did say that this club, or that this gym is being led I believe the strongest 105.
Yep.
Was it 105?
Yes, 105 junior.
Junior. Gotta remember the junior. By a mile. And now, Vince Gutierrez looking to complete this lift. Pretty easy, honestly. A little bit of friction at the top, but nothing to really like worry about.
Mark Bascar now another 15 kilo jump.
Let's go. Get this boy.
I do think he took a small break from powerlifting. I'm not quite sure, but he's back at it. He's on the national stage and he's squatting 215.
Again, every single time you say the story or the background of these lifters, it just becomes a lot more impressive. 215. It looked like he was about to fall for just for a little bit,
But he caught himself, was able to grind it out, and it's a good lift for him.
if there was a small break, then it hasn't really taken away from his strength, or at least not noticeable to us just yet. And up next is John Cuevas walking up to the bar. Pretty similar weight, but this time more conservative jump, considering he did start off with 7.5 extra on the bar.
Really taking his time to get under that bar.
Sorry if I'm going a little quiet again. I've been
You're
watching
just
these.
you're just watching, right?
Again, guys.
Like sometimes it's kind of hard to remember that we're supposed to be commentating and not just like spectating in awe.
Exactly, and I've been doing this for a good amount of time now, and trust me when I say this, I rarely get dead air, but just the spectacle of all these lifts is something to really, I guess, put a note on. At the same time, guys, if you really want to be part of this crowd and experience this energy yourself, you are very free to drop by the SM North Sky Dome and watch this for yourselves. There are tickets still being rather sold at the door. If you want some coffee, there is a good selection within the venue and an even better selection of merchandise just exactly when you go in.
Ivan Salonga also making a 15 kilo jump from 200. Really controlled on the way down. Pushes himself up. I'm seeing 3 white lights. It's a good lift for him.
Alright, another 10 kilo follow-up on the second attempt. So far, just from the eye test alone and from what we've been gathering, this time around it's relatively the same from Flight J, but I can't help but feel worried once we do hit that third
That's third,
spot.
just like how it went for Flight J, right? Everything seemed so smooth sailing. You were talking about the ocean just a while ago while you were talking about Flight J. Mark D at 10 kilo jump for him.
Still looking really good despite those extra kilos there. And you could make the argument maybe you could have added a
5 route. He is coached by Coach Mark, who does have a lot of experience with these types of things. And they do know that Mark D's strength is in his squat and in his bench, so you just want to keep adding those kilos.
Manuel
Louis Medalla now.
Two.
Also taking a 15 kilo jump, seeing a lot of 15 kilo jumps here.
And some of these numbers are really similar, but I think how they go about it is probably the biggest difference. Again, some are starting off slightly heavier, but they do kind of fall into the same like weight range with the 220s.
Still really fast for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he risks a 10 to 12 for that, maybe even a 15. But again, scrolling forward, he is in the men's open. We need to see how that's all gonna play out. 12.5 now for Tos Kiambao. I can't tell if he's being thrown off or not when Diamond screams for him, but of course he does lift at Gymzilla, one of our sponsors. So lifting with Diamond, acting like that, you kind of get used to it.
Maybe he feels that much more at home, and that could give him the big competitive edge. But like,
Sorry to interrupt again, but I always love when someone who's not used to toss spots him, and you kind of just have to warn them. He walks out really far.
he does still walk out far despite these extra kilos on the bar. Does brace and take a deep breath, but that does not make any difference to that lift whatsoever.
3 white lights, it's a good lift. 225 now for John Sorima, taking that 10-kilo jump. I did mention he posted a few weeks ago, he hit an all-time PR for the first time in 4 years.
That must feel so like gratifying.
And that number was 230.
Well, he's 5 away from it.
He's 5 away from it. I'm assuming if this goes well, are
Why
we
did you
seeing...
leave that part to the left?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm assuming if this goes well, we're seeing a 230, maybe even a 232.5, depending on how fast that moves. And he does have that extra confidence with getting his first on the board again. He has had some issues with depth.
That first lift, though, unquestionable on that depth, and that 225 looked pretty buttery smooth in my opinion.
3 wise, it's a good lift for John Sorima. I do think they're gonna go for that 230. All-time PR in the gym, make it happen in the meet.
Maybe he would probably add 2.5 to that too, just to be a little bit more brazen.
We also did consider that, but Jesse Umahon now, 12.5 also. His 220 was really fast. One of the fastest openers out of this laundry list of names.
Oh, they're definitely giving everybody a run for their money. 232.5, the weight that we've been talking about for a third attempt. Potentially being tossed around by Jesse Umahon here. We'll see how quickly this goes back up, because that 220 flew, and that 232 is no different. 232.5, so what do you expect for that third attempt? Do you think there's a little bit more leeway for the 5 or the 7?
I'm wondering if he'll go for 240. I'm looking, he is forecasted for junior, so you kind of also want to play it safe and not go too high in a way that misses. But now 232.5, Leo Almeida again. The junior who's just so strong, he can win open.
Completely forgot he was in the junior division too. So it slipped my mind, especially he's this far down.
Sorry again, always interrupting, but
No, it's okay.
Leo really has a good story because he's really just been slowly getting stronger. Like, that's literally it. He's just been putting in the work for years. Like, no magic. He popped out of nowhere. He was just slowly getting stronger. And he's a junior now, so that's work he's been putting in since a sub-junior. 232.5. I don't know what he laughed.
That was a pretty maniacal laugh too.
He caught sorry off the platform. That's what he wanted to hit. I'm wondering what he'll go up to now. 255 for Armand, 15 kilo jump. Like we mentioned, he currently holds the squat record at 260. He broke it last June 2024.
With all that strength, I can't help but feel there could be something brewing between him and Angelo Panerio, because suddenly there is a new ferocious competitor in a weight class that could have been known for Armand Anunciado, and now suddenly there's a new giant. But for now, 255, and a little whip on the bar, but doesn't look like it's to be an issue for one of the many lifters with royalty to their name.
255, moving just like that. He's for sure, if this is successful, he's for sure going to take that record back from Angelo Panerio. But of course, 260.5. Angelo trying to chip the record right after Armand walks off the platform, the man who owns that record.
Again, there could be a story being weaved here for our newest addition to the 83s, and possibly just another beast to claim another throne. And 260.5, an attempt that is very much warranted. Like you said, that 250 looked like it was pretty much a layup, and now 260.5 could be the dunk for the record.
260.5. And just a bit too heavy for Angelo Panerio. He does have one more try at it, but Armand Anunciado now put up 262.5, not chipping, so no intention to even get those bonus, that extra 0.5 advantage you get from getting a chip. So I'm interested to see how that's all gonna come into play. 190 now for Jose Haplos, his final squat of the day.
And he did look really impressive on those last two lifts. 190 is a pretty considerable jump. If my math is not off, it's 12.5. He's taking his time too on the setup, so maybe this is a weight that he's not like...
And I'm actually kind of surprised. I think this is our biggest jump we've seen from a second to the third, at least so far, taking consistent 12.5. Usually people try to make the second to third a little bit smaller so you have that confidence. Oh, okay, I see why they...
Yeah, I was thinking, like, is this a new weight or...
I see why, like, his coach, he's like...
I should have gone for 200.
Yeah, but looking ahead, Jose Haplos also does have a big deadlift, so his legs are looking strong now. So just, his legs are strong, just put it all in his deadlift now. But Vince Gutierrez, 212.5.
212.5. This time we take a bit of a break from those big jumps. Now it's back to more conservative territory, at least for the moment. These 83s are not letting up, not only from their own, like, maybe personal records, but from just trying to chip away at the rankings. But because I think the forecasts are still going all over the place.
Yes, actually Vince Gutierrez forecasted third, so this 2.5 really does matter because the juniors are so competitive. Let's see what the referees call. It's a good lift, and that's another 2.5 to add to Vince Gutierrez's total.
It looked like he was leaning forward a little bit there too.
I really thought he was gonna fall, but he just stuck with it, found his balance, and made a good lift. Juris Ragma, also a junior, possibly fighting for that podium spot. 217.5 for him.
Once again, we take another considerable jump with 7.5. Now, so far, the way that this squad has been going, it's pretty like easy for most of these lifters, but again, it's been pretty measured for the 83s, I gotta say, where the chairman, or rather the potential chairman of Barangay 74 were a little bit more wild with some of those
Yeah,
jumps.
they were really fighting for that, but at least here we're seeing more consistent. Three, Juris Rakma included. 5 more kilos now for Mark Bascara.
220 jump. Rather, a 5 kilo jump for the 220. Pretty confident walkout. And I don't recall if that 215 was a grind.
I
But-
do think I think it slowed down a little, but not enough where you would ask why would he do 5. I think
Yeah.
5 is the perfect number. Again, he is also competing in the open in the junior. Could probably place as the meet continues. So I do think Mark Bascara has placed actually as an 83 junior in previous meets. So he's really trying to prove that he can also do it on a national stage. Really fighting for that 220.
Was he the one that...
One, it's a good lift.
it is a good lift?
It was a good lift for Mark Bascara. That's 5 more kilos to his total.
I was about to ask, like, was he the one that had a bit of a slowdown at the 75% mark and then just kind of powered through it?
I do think that was him. I think it was a misgroove though. I kind of saw him in the corner signaling that he shifted a little to the side. But Jan Cuevas now also taking 220.
220 on the board again, and it's been a different story every time somebody has challenged this weight. Some have made it fly, some have had a bit more heart and a bit more of their back being put into it. Well, figuratively. And right now, it's on his shoulders.
And he fights for it, and the people cheering for him are really happy, and so is he skipping off the platform. Mark D now taking that 2 to 2.5, which we were expecting from him. His 220 was a bit of a grind, but knowing his coach, I know his coach would still want him to add that 2.5. Like I said, he does get a big chunk of his total from that squat and most especially that bench. But he recently has been making strides on his deadlift as well. But of course, you want to make sure their athlete just goes 3 for 3.
Oh,
But that 2.5 was just some days it's just so heavy.
and sometimes those days do pop up at the most inopportune times. That could be the situation for some of our lifters here, including Mr. Mark D. But 225 by Ivan Salonga, or at least that's what he's looking to get himself on the board now. Again, it's really still hard to tell with these forecasted placings, especially with this fight and the last two being as hyper competitive as it is. Hopefully this is not the point where the red carpet starts rolling out, and I mean that on our
Third
on our
events,
data, yeah.
because we've been actually having such a good stride so far. Ivan Salongo also hoping to go 3 for 3.
Miss Hamlin as coach, but Ivan Salonga does fight it out. Do you think he hit depth on that? Well, let's see.
And you could see on the stream, but he was really careful with that, and I'm worried.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't want to say anything. These things can happen, and very quickly the tides could change as Mr. Jamel Surima going on to the stage. You did say that.
I'm actually looking at his nominated total. His best squat in comp was 215.
That's a gigantic jump
That's
there.
already
Plus
a
10.
giant meet PR. Plus 15 if he gets his 230. And again, an all-time PR. That's just how much heart there is in the sport. Now he just needs to grind it out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
3 wide squats. John Surima going 3 for 3 on squats. I think this is the first time. I'm gonna double check if this is the first time he's
He's
ever
hit
gone
230 on-
3 for 3. No, 3 for
Oh,
3 on
really?
squats. I'm telling you, this guy has a relationship with squats. But of course, we have Nui Medallia now. His squats have been really easy.
Yeah. And like
I
you said,
think his 220 flew just as quick as his 205. 10 kilos. I doubt this will slow him down.
there are doubts and there are assumptions that have been made, but so far it's only going to be Mr. Emmanuel Medalla to really get that off the board. And that 230 was a very, very good 3 white light approval from the referees. And just to kind of go back what you said, that 4 years is a labor of love. 4 years. A lot of people would have given up by then.
Right, all for that 230. I don't know what it was before that, but Tos Kiambao now. Diamond is not gonna have a voice tomorrow, which is weird considering he's going to work and his job is a host. But
It's okay. We have our ways of bouncing back.
230 now for Tos Kiambao. 7.5 on the bar. 7.5 more on the bar.
230 once again being challenged, and it seems to be the lucky number for a lot of our lifters today. Mr. Klaus Gambao with the far walkouts looks to narrow that gap between him and the rest of the 83s. And look at that very intense lifter, as you mentioned. Goes down and back up. And with a nod of approval.
With a nod of approval from him and his coach and the people cheering him on in the back. Good lift for Tos Kiambao.
Oh, did you not notice? It was whack.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Give him a little fist bump. But it's okay. Again, there was a lot of focus being put onto that rack. And again, that 230 has been the magic number for a lot of our lifters. A lot of 3 for 3s now too.
So let's see how 240 moves now. Jesse Umahon did have a successful 232, still within the 230 range. Let's see if that magic extends to 240.
And so far, the upper limit for this flight has been 255. 240 is very close. But no, it does not go back up. Good try by Jesse Umahon. And like you said, that is an incredibly challenging weight.
240 now for Leo Almeida. Still forecasted second in the open, but first in the juniors by quite a lot. I'm looking for the second place and I can't even find him. So definitely leading by a lot.
Well, that is a pretty monstrous total, to be honest with you. That's, I'm pretty sure we can say it. That's 655 for the forecasted total. And again, that is a rare number to even have a chance at. But this 240, how is it going to fare for Mr. John Almeida here, who's seen 240 take Jesse Umahon? Hasn't shaken his confidence, but again, the bar wins.
240, like
230.
you were saying, 230 was the magic number.
Oh boy.
And now we have Armand Anunciada, 262.5. Wanting to extend.
There is a little bit of popping, but hopefully it's nothing to really disrupt the viewer experience. But at this moment, that record has been challenged. It is time to maybe put one more notch on the belt for Mr. Armand Anunciado and defend his spot at the top for the 83s. 262.5. he gets it.
263 for another national record tip by Angelo Valerio.
Well, there is now an attempt to challenge that too.
We have 263 now by Angelo Panerio. Trying to get that 263, trying to just chip his total by 0.5.
A challenge again, a shot at the king. Hopefully this time he doesn't miss again, as Mr. Panerio has had a storied career and looks to absolutely obliterate new ventures for himself. Puts the 263 right on his shoulders. We will see how this lift goes.
Wow. I think this
here in the session of the SBD Nationals 2025 Day 2. We will be back later with the bench plus tips for the free flights.
Well, the crowd was going a little crazy after that 263 because you literally saw that man's effort to just put it back on the bar, and the white light confirmed that there is a new record. And I cannot believe those ludicrous duels at the tail end of that squat session.
this is just squats. And I think all that screaming popped my mic.
I think so too.
I think maybe it couldn't handle all of that,
The noise.
all of that volume, all of that noise. But wow, I wish you guys heard or saw how everyone reacted to that successful 263. But of course, the usual 10-minute break before we head into bench.
Before that, we would like to give a big thank you and a lot of love to our sponsors. Again, this is the SBD PH Nationals presented by SBD Eleiko, the PAP, affiliated with the IPF, APF, PSC, and the POC, sponsored and partnered with Equinox, SM North EDSA, alongside Playhard, the Rackco, and Whale Nutrition.
And also thank you to Radisson Park Inn, Pagcor, and our equipment sponsors Gymzilla, Manuel Barbell Club, and Hybrid Strength. And of course, thank you Dear Diet, Amino Vital, and our media partners Aster Media and MSports. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Aside from that last bit where
Siguro it means everything kasi I always want to be the strongest in my weight class.
And we all know, powerlifting is not comfortable sport.
Get to see where my current strength lies when it goes up against technically the top 3 raw lifters in PH, which are of course Aaron, Kix, and Kyle.
I want challenges to prove everybody that powerlifting is for everybody.
It's about showing how much I've come in this sport.
And to be able to step on the platform despite all the setbacks I had means a lot to me.
I'm trying to redeem myself from the past comps.
So it's like a redemption comp for me.
Time for me to prove myself if I'm gonna get on the podium or not, kung open lang.
Really means a lot because I know what I'm capable of.
It reflects my hard work and my dedication to the sport.
It's also about inspiring the youth.
And I'm sure history will be made because a lot of records will be broken. And the fight would be intense because you're competing with some of the best in your weight class.
Siguro it means everything.
Powerlifting Association of the Philippines applied the NQT.
And to qualify is an honor because I'm gonna be competing with the best of the best.
It legitimizes the competition and the sport locally.
Competing here in the very first SBD Nationals.
Probably the biggest competition that I'll ever attend locally.
For me, this meet is just a marker of all of that resilience.
It's a huge deal. It's about showing how much I've come in this sport and how much I've grown. This is my chance to prove to myself that how much sacrifice I put into the gym.
As how all nationals would go for me, I would treat every nationals with utmost respect, representing your utmost national values.
It means a lot to me and it's going to be memorable.
This powerlifting sport is getting bigger and bigger.
And I'm really excited to showcase my strength next year, this 2025.
It's not going to be easy because I know everyone's putting their best effort. Every competitor that I have is putting their best foot on the line on this one. For me, it's going to be, locally, this is the most competitive that I'm going to experience.
Lifters, you have 1 minute to submit your opening weight for the bench press attempts. Thank you. Paging Lian Gayona and Seth Norman. Please come here to the table officials area as you don't have bench rock heights declared here. Thank you. We've reached the 3-minute mark. 3 minutes before our bench press events begin. Alright, we're about to commence our bench press events. Our order of lifts are as follows. Angela Borromeo at 47.5. Lian Gayona at 52.5. Claire Andebelen at 60. Alyssa Dimdam at 60. Rika Marigsa at 65. Seth Norman at 67.5. Sabina Santos at 73. Micaela Mizal at 75. Joyce Reboton at 92.5. John Suarez at 110. Franz Burillo at 125. Earl Rodelas at 130. And Janelle Parchamento at 135. The bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. Hindi. Again, the bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. That's a good lift for Angela. Loader speed load 52.5 for Lian Gayona. The bar is loaded for Lian Gayona. Alyssa Dimdam, you're next. The bar is loaded for Claire and Dibelen. That's a good lift for Claire Ann. Loader same weight for Alyssa Dimdam. The bar is loaded. That's a good lift for Eliza. Lotus Peace load 65 for Rica Marigza. Seth Norman, you're next. The bar is loaded for Rica Marigza. That's a good lift for Rika. Lotus Peace load 67.5 for Seth Norman. The bar is loaded for Seth Norman. That's a good lift, Seth. Lotus Peace load 73 for Sabina Santos. National record attempt at the women's sub-junior 76. The bar is loaded. That's a good lift and a new national record holder, Sabina Santos. Lotus Peace load 75 for Micaela Mizal. The bar is loaded for Micaela Mizal. It's a good lift for Micaela. Lotus Peace load 92.5 for Joyce Reboton. The bar is loaded for Joyce Reboton. It's a good lift for Joyce. Lower speed load 110 for John Suarez. After him is Franz Borillo. The bar is loaded for John Suarez. It's a good lift for John. Lower speed load 125 for Franz Borillo. The bar is loaded for Franz Borillo. It's a good lift for France. Loader speeds load 130 for Earl Rodelas. Chanel Parchomento, you're next. The bar is loaded for Earl Rodelas. It's a good lift for Earl. Loader speeds load 135 for Janelle Parchomento. And we will be back to Angela Borromeo after. The bar is loaded for Janelle Parchomento. That's a good lift for Janelle. Loader speed load 52.5 for Angela Borromeo. The bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. It's a good lift for Angela. Loader speed load 57.5 for Lian Gayona. After her is Claire Ann de Belen. The bar is loaded for Lian Gayona. It's a good lift for Lian. Order speed load 65 for Claire and de Belen. Eliza Dimdam stand by. The bar is loaded for Claire and de Belen. It's a good lift for Claire Ann. The bar is loaded for Eliza Dimdam. Rika Marigsa, you're next. That's a good lift, Eliza. Loader speed load 67.5 for Rika Marigza. The bar is loaded for Rika Marigza. Seth Norman, stand by. That's a good lift, Rika. Lower speed load 70 for Seth Norman. The bar is loaded for Seth Norman. That's a good lift for Seth. Lower speed load 77 for Sabina Santos. This is a national record attempt at the women's sub-junior 76 category. The bar is loaded for Sabina Santos.
lots of the sub-juniors in her class. Again, it is just so silly to me that with this amount of experience and the thought of retiring at age 18, my goodness. But like I said, when you have 10 plus years of competition, you are pretty much valid for a rest. But the national record attempt by Miss Sabina Santos in the works right now. Down control.
Really clean, 77 for her. And she really was like, I'm not feeling good and I'm surprised my lifts are doing well.
Very humble, in all honesty, very humble with.
I really hope we see 80. But seeing 80 now, we have Maria Mizal. I double checked actually, her heaviest bench is only 70. So she's added, so if successful, she's added 10 kilos since then.
75 looks so good too, especially coming from a lighter weight class now. This is 69 kg as being presented onto the screen. Like you said, these are some pretty big jumps from the previous statistics. And warranted, have no issue of fighting that on the way back. And I gotta say, that was probably a pretty conservative arch as well.
Really nice 80. Definitely expecting 82.5 for her third. Joyce now just taking a relatively conservative jump to 97.5. This is the weight that kept getting called on depth for her in Asian. So she is trying to redeem it right now. And I know it's gonna move well. And I hope the referees agree so he can see that 100 plus bench from her.
Because this is how much she has to expel before she can, like you said, move on to the heavier weights. But that 92 didn't look like it was any trouble for her at all. 97, those few kilos could be the difference. But so far, it is an easy up. What do the referees have to say about this?
And it's a good lift. 3 white lights for Joyce Rebaton. It seems like she has successfully addressed that depth issue as she was being called for just a few months ago. So obviously 100 plus. 102.5?
Oh yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, again, like, this was already established early on. Her totals are going to be very lopsided in her favor. And when she pushes it up on the bench, it's only going to be a bit more difficult for everybody to catch up. Granted, we will have to put our focus on the Jan Suarez, 115, that 110 was pretty much effortless on his part, and he's looking to continue this green streak for the second bench.
Really nice 115 for Jan Suarez, looking very strong.
I mean,
not much of a slowdown on that 115, so maybe they'll give him that 120, but before you find out, we have 130 now. Franz Borillo maybe didn't have the best squat session, only going up 2.5 and missing both attempts, but really out here trying to redeem himself with this 130.
It's a really, really strong bench. And again, squat session could have been something that he probably would want to address in training after this meet at least. Because those were 2.5 increments. It was very wise for him to just not risk it and maybe hurt the rest of the performance. And maybe, just maybe, the bench is going to reflect that. It is going to come up. He is quite happy about it too.
2-1, it's still a good lift. I did see a yellow card, so his butt must have come off the bench in one of the sides.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the yellow card just to see what the reasons are, but most likely it could have been the elbow or maybe like the butt coming off very slightly. We did see a lot of shifting too in the previous days, but it is a good streak. for this flight so far.
And our very animated Earl Rodelas with 125 actually didn't come up to the platform as animated as he usually does.
Well, there he goes.
I spoke too soon. But 135 now. His 130 moved really well. He's looking really confident, going 3 for 3 on squats.
Yep. 3 for 3 for squats.
2 for 2 on bench. And hopefully, I do think he wants that 3 for 3 on bench as well.
I mean, that's always one of the best ways to secure, obviously, like your total, right, is to just be almost flawless for your first 2 lifts. Granted, there's a little bit of leeway with maybe like 1 or 2 missed lifts, but that's usually indicative of maybe the lifters trying to go for a more risky approach. But so far, since the lead has been somewhat established, or at least his totals have been somewhat established, there's really no reason to overextend.
Janelle Parchamento now also trying to go for that 2 for 2 after getting that 3 for 3 on squats. And it looks like he has. He tricked us with that nonchalant face, then just breaks out into a smile. We're now
He thought he was slick.
heading on to our third attempts now. We have 55 for Angela Borromeo. She's happy. She's giving the camera the thumbs up.
I gotta say though, the forecast and places for this flight, it's still all over the place too. Granted, it's just been competitive all over. That second bench could have been maybe deceptive because everything looked so easy. And of course, there was the nonchalant into the last minute fadeaway smile. Hopefully that's not the case for bench number 3. 55 is on the bar for Miss Angela Borromeo. Those 52s and 47s look flawless technique-wise. A little bit of wobble in that second attempt, but 55 should be a no issue for her. Oh. Close, but she still seems pretty happy about how it went.
I do think she had a bit of a feeling after that 52.5, but like he said, like you can't go anywhere but 2.5 more. 60 now for Leanne Desiree. She's only done 57.5 as her best in a meet. 60 would be such a nice meet PR. It's a number a lot of people do chase. It's that coveted blue plate, that blue plate bench. Well, not here. It's a gym blue plate bench.
Well, either way, again, there are a lot of personal records that a lot of our lifters are still looking to conquer themselves. And
really taking her time to set up onto her traps.
press command going pretty quickly, but look like maybe she had.
And it's a no lift for Miss Leanne. I do wonder if they're gonna give her another attempt on that, because it looks like their head ref did say the spotter shouldn't have saved her yet, but I think they all convincingly.
It was a judgment call.
But we'll see. I do see her coach talking to them on the side, asking if she's getting a reattempt. But 67.5 now for Ally Dindam, opting for that 2.5 because she is trying to take first place home for the 69s, and she has a really big deadlift on her.
Well,
I'm wondering if this 135 is just a placeholder, but of course, let's see her 67.5 first.
That's right. It's looking very smooth. But again, sometimes that's just how the lift is. There is really the sticking point that you mentioned time and time again, where everything is just smooth up until that plateau. hopefully, though, the red streak doesn't continue, like you mentioned, and maybe they're still reassessing on that call on Miss Leanne as well, because it did look like the spot was a bit early on that.
Now, before we get to that, we have Rika Marigza. Like she said, she's never done 70. 70 has never been a successful lift for her, at least on the platform. Her best being 67.5. So let's see if she can change that. Her 67.5 did move very well.
And like I said, or like you said, these third benches, they're just so unpredictable sometimes, because those previous two, especially with how they go, and another narrow grip, by the way. Oh! What do the referees have to say about that?
2 to 1, and it's a good lift, and she's finally got 70 on the board. And again, Rika, she's catching up. She needs to catch up to Jane Erasmo, who totaled 382.5 yesterday. So that 2.5 was really crucial. Claire de Belen now also taking a 5 kilo jump. I'm looking at her best nominated bench, and it is 65. So if she gets this, that's a 5 kilo meet PR. Her coach on the sidelines actually watching her lift, even though he's competing.
Like you said, there is a different mindset for the coaches while they're coaching and while they're competing themselves. Putting the focus back on Claire de Belen. That is a grind out, still not asking for help, but at the very last moment, it just did not confine its way back up. And it does look like it is still a pretty happy attempt, so there is still like progress being made. Sure, not going all the way up, but the feel of that 70 must have given them a bit more confidence to progress with the training.
$72.5 now for Seth Norman. If she gets this, it matches her best meet bench.
I like that everybody is challenging their own records. Like, aside from this, obviously trying to fight for the podium.
And fight for those national records. Everyone, you just want to come out and be stronger than the last time. 72.5 now for her.
Oh, easy. Easy, actually. Probably one of the easiest third benches of the day. That's a big yippee. It was a little yippee.
There were two. Her second was a small yippee. Her third was like a yippee yahoo.
So that's what you call the big ones.
82.5 now. Sabina Santos taking a much bigger jump than I expected, but I'm guessing she kept saying she didn't feel that good, but taking that 5 kilo jump after 77, she must be feeling really confident.
And focused, definitely very focused as she sets herself down on that bench. And another record attempt, another way to widen the gap to whoever would challenge.
Oh, and I missed it completely. Sabina's actually also a part of Zest Powerlifting, so that actually puts their gold medals possibly at 6.
Well, that is a very strong case of who might be the best, or at least one of the candidates for the best teams here. 82.5, I think without a doubt, should be in the books.
And I do think that's an all-time PR for her. I know she's done 80 at the gym. So 82.5 all-time PR for Sabina Santos, and further extending her record. And Maria Mizal now taking 82.5. The current bench record holder actually is also in the building.
There is a challenge with Maria Mizal.
Her 80 did look very convincing, and actually, if I'm not mistaken, her nominated best bench was just 70.
Like I said, I was about to ask you, didn't you say her best bench was 70? So now to challenge with a plus 13 kg discrepancy from the nominated
and the record as well.
That is going to be probably one of her proudest moments. Again, from the Zest power gym. So Zest has truly proven to be one of the leading candidates for that best team. Did try to get that as much as she can and even maybe burn through that, but just a smile on her face. She's still plus 10 in the PR for the meet, so still a happy day.
That's still a 10 kilo. That's still a 10 kilo PR for her. And honestly, 10 kilo PRs on bench is
they're big.
It's really big. 102.5 now. We were expecting this with a speed of 97.5. The only woman to bench 100, I think, in the whole Philippines, or at least currently, right now, in the list of women who compete raw. She is so far the only person who's doing it, who's done it in this meet. The closest, of course, we got to that was 92.5.
So much legacy with Miss Joyce Reboton, and everything has been so confident and clean for her. Oh my goodness, and she still gets it despite the
She
pause.
gets it, however, I do think she will be called for that. There was a downward movement. As she pressed it, she did save it and press it, but I think she got called on depth for one and the downward motion by the other, but she locked it out.
So, it's a...
It's not a gym PR, she's done
Oh yeah, she's probably
110.
heavier. Yeah, 110. But at least...
It's 100.
It's 100. It's 100. And... Well, before we can talk about Miss Joyce a little bit more, we will look at Jan Suarez with 120 now. 110 and 115 look pretty good. The rest period should have been enough. And right now, he doesn't look too bothered about this at all. Very, very quick setup. He's just waiting for the commands now. And again, still trying to stabilize. He does have one missed attempt so far. I'm not sure if he came off the bench just a little bit. I doubt that they're gonna call that though, but so far it looked really good. So potentially a 3 for 3 for Mr. Suarez.
We're waiting. 2-1. It's a good lift.
2-1. Yeah, and that was what I was worried about, because it did look like he came off a little bit, but it's just that weight shifting. The bar didn't shift though, which is the craziest thing. But hey, that's done. 120 in the books for Jan Suarez. And from Barbells and Brew again is Mr. Radsbury Lowe.
France Borrelia now. Representing Barbells and Brew. Benched a really solid 130, hoping to keep that technique with the 132. It's falling, but
It's not going down though. Oh. It looked so good. It didn't feel like the bar was dipping, but again, maybe just kind of ran out of gas on that last stretch.
the bar was still moving, but I do think the head referee told the spotters to catch it because there already was downward movement. Earl Rodelas now.
Very energetic, very animated, as you
I want to
mentioned.
see what energy he brings to this 140.
He's the first to challenge that 140. 130 has been incredibly difficult for a lot of the previous lifters. 140. 315 bench on the board in the meet. Looking like it's going to be an easy lift. Easy lift.
Really hyped and really happy with that successful 140 and our last bench for flight. 142 for Janelle Parchamento.
All right. We did see the 315 come out from him earlier. That is a pretty big jump. And you've talked about this too. Maybe this is the type of jumps they take in training because it was 5, now it's a 7.5. 140 was pretty easy. But what about now? What about this lift? Oh.
He's really fighting for it. There's a lot of shakiness. But I'm wondering if any of those are going to be called 2-1, and it's a no lift for him, but a really good fight for that 147.5. Moving on now, straight into Flight J, we have Christian Mendoza opening with 110.
Back to the barangay we go. The 74s are still ready and waiting. Like you said, Christian Mendoza, one of the more animated lifters as well. Maybe not to the extent of Mr. Earl Rodelas. So 110 as an opener for the 74s, looking to set the tone. And if the squats would give us a preview of how it is, the openers for the bench are a little more different this time around.
The boys open for Christian Mendoza.
That chairman position is so highly contested. Again, I'm not going to be surprised if the forecasts are going to go ballistic yet again.
Like every attempt, it just switches and switches.
Hopefully it is cloudy with a chance of meet PRs for everybody across the board, and with a smooth 110.
He is laughing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's laughing because it was easier than expected, or if it went, or maybe surprised him a little. But 150 now for Renato Decilios.
5 up from the previous opener. And again, I'm just really not sure what to expect at this point, because it's been a fight all the way through. A lot of focus from Decilios. Waiting for his bench to get set up, and he is looking at it intently. The headphones are going to come off. And another slow walk. No more sprints this time around. You did say you were worried that some of them might trip over and fall.
As an accident-prone lifter, of course, that's the last thing you want to see, especially on meet day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Renato setting up. Three-point lights. No two questions about it. But this is an aggressive jump from the 110s to 1.5s. It is 1.25. I believe actually 1.17 for Don Bernal. He did have a shaky second attempt at that squat, but again, the race is still on for the top spot for the 74s.
And actually, taking a look at Don Bernal's nominated lifts, 212.5 was actually his best squat. So breaking that with 220 is a big feat, and now he's opening with 117.5 with his best nominated total being 120.
Very close to, as you mentioned, the nominated totals. We're really curious to how that training has been going, because
He has been hiding it, yep.
Yeah. Shrouded in secrecy.
Well, okay, maybe not hiding, but at least not posting. So that 117.5 looked like it's moving pretty well. And Don has actually been nursing a bit of a bicep and shoulder injury for a really long time. So that's why it's been a bit hard for him to make progress on that bench. So even if he can hit like 122.5 and go over his best in the meet by just 2.5, I do think that's a big win for him. But now Liam Kurt O'Malley opening with 125, and we will be seeing that same number 125 for a few number of our lifters. But again, starting off with Liam Kurt O'Malley.
Oh boy. 125 for Mr. Umali, as we mentioned. This is probably one of the bigger jumps, at least for the starts. But sometimes it's really not how you start on these attempts, it's how you finish. 125, looking to fly off that bench.
Really speedy, 125 for him. 3 white lights.
Overseas number 125 for Matthew Sagai. Stand by.
The story continues for the 74s. It's been a stable race where everybody's still looking for that sign of weakness amongst each other. And Matthew Sagai walking up to another 125 attempt. Looking at the previous squats, it's again honestly so similar between everybody that at some point it does become a little hard to distinguish whichever really is like the winning point. Like you said,
Yep.
the 210s have been moving so differently for everybody, but they've been pulling out some of these crazier jumps on these next lifts.
And Zeke Sagai now opening with 125. I do think I've seen him hit 135 at the gym, so this should be really easy for him. A bit of a grind on the way up, but it should be good to go. It's 3 white lights and a good lift for Zeke.
You know, I don't know if I highlighted this too, but everybody comes from such different walks of life, but as soon as you are at the meet, you are a power lifter, and everybody just carries themselves with so much dignity and so much pride walking up to that rack for, again, they're 9 minutes. They're 9 minutes that they prepared so hard for. And Mr. Casey Roy here with one of the heavier attempts on this bench. His squat did kind of get a little wonky towards the end there because he did have a pretty big jump.
Yep, and he's chain in mouth. He's taking 125.
Looks like he's resetting. Oh.
3 white lights. It's a good lift for Casey Tamparong.
I can't believe I was looking at the screen and
Like,
somehow missed it still.
I thought, with how fast he pressed it, I was like, did he miss the
Yeah, I thought that
press
was a
command?
reset,
But
right?
no, it was a really good lift. It just moved that fast. 130 now for Mark Marquez. Mark Marquez did take the squat record, 241 on his 3rd attempt, and he does have to get the bench in order to be one step closer to immortalizing that record as his.
Take it slow, take it one step at a time, because sometimes you don't have to rush it. I think we talked about this a little earlier. Speed is good, but don't rush the lift. But that 130 effortless for Mr. Mark Marquez. Like you said, there is a record attempt potentially knocking around the corner for him.
We have RD Abdal now taking 130.
Does look like he
His
has.
registered best is 140.5.
So this should be within the wheelhouse. Maybe he's gonna go for like a 5 kilo increment for the next 2.
I can definitely see that, especially because that 140.5 was done in a different meet where he could have chipped that. That is not possible here since the record stands at 170.
I'd say that's kind of close, you know, depending how you look at it. But the 130 still moved really well.
Definitely expecting a 5 kilo jump by RD, because again, RD currently forecasted first, but of course, like we said, this is such a highly contested meet that again, one mislift is all it takes, because Erickson Capillian is right on his tail with 135, opening 5 kilos more than RD.
The thing is too, like if you look at the amount of years competing there is like a big gap in some of them, but the strength gains within those 2 years have been pretty insane. He is still part of powerlifting, who's been pretty good throughout the meet. This looks like it's going to be one of those strong starters still.
Really strong start for him. And the tone just changed once that song started playing.
Again, it's the song, it's the extra buff.
We have now.
They're also close. Still, even their nominations are so close.
Galon is the expected champion for the 44s, the 74s, and of course, leading, already winning, I think, on the juniors. With just his forecasted total. I do think I see one thumbs up. It's a good lift for 135. I was also confused why no lift was called, but yes, it is a good lift for Andrew Galon. And our heaviest bencher now, we have EJ Barcenas, and this is really a lift he is known for. I think his all-time best is 150.
Well,
Yup, his best bench is 150, opening now with 142. If you just chip that 5 per attempt, that is gonna be a meet PR, maybe even an all-time PR for him.
and it's definitely going to help his case with the totals too. Again, it's just been the wild west out here with no chairman in sight to handle the situation. 142 does bounce up the chest right.
And it's a good lift for him. I think he's feeling confident. We are going to be seeing that 5 kilo jump. Christian Mendoza now also taking a 5 kilo jump. He was laughing after his 110, and this is his
nominated
best total, 115.
So it does look like if he gets this, then there should be obviously an attempt to go for more, but that's the big question. This is the nominated best. That can be a potential roadblock for these lifters. But he does look determined. This is the most intense we've seen of him so far. There were a few head nods during that squat session. Hopefully this is going to convert into a successful lift. Oh, it's not going down though. Oh,
No, but he already did push it onto his face, and it's really hard to save that. So it's a really good call by the ref and the judges to have that taken back, but he has one more shot at it. Don Bernal now. We were saying that 120 is his best nominated bench. So 122.5
is already above.
Is already above what he's done so far. And again, he's on and off with his shoulder, bicep, but I just know he's injured somewhere in his upper body, and it flares up quite often. So.
And, you know, you don't want it to flare up in this unopportune time.
And I think they told him to go back on the bench because there is a rule. There has been a rule established that you're not allowed to put your feet on the bench. I think that's what he was called for. That's the only thing I can imagine him being called for. So, taking his time. He has 6 seconds to get that command, and he gets it just in time.
Looks good. Looks really good.
Really taking his time.
Slow and steady again.
It's a good lift for Don Bernal, and that's something you see often for lifters who are kind of nursing an injury or trying to be careful. They do tend to go much slower on the lift, and you can see Don really taking his time to make sure that that bench moved exactly the way he needed it move. Renato up next, taking 122.5.
I mean, first and foremost, right? Safety first. It's always like our number one priority here, aside from breaking personal records and pushing progress even further. Does Decilios have a different approach to this bench? It is the identical number, but like you said, it was a pretty big milestone for Mr. Bernal. And Renato is going to obliterate that attempt.
Is it good for RJ?
His nominated best is 150 if my alignment is correct. And if I'm not actually like, if my eyesight is not as bad as it is. So that was a gimme. Now, I'm curious to see how that jump is gonna look like because there are some pretty mean benchers in this weight class. And it's been a pretty mixed bag. I think the squats were also pretty tightly contested. It's these next two disciplines that's kind of where it goes haywire.
Setting up now for 130. Much cleaner than his 125 actually. There's a bit of a shake on the way to the top in his 125, but he seemed to have cleaned it up on his 130. So maybe they might push that to 135, but Liam O'Malley now 132.5, opting for that 7.5 kilo drop. Oh, I'm so sorry. Casey Tampa. My bad. We have Cassie Roy Tamparong, 130 now.
Nominated best is 135. So like you said, you might just try and slowly work up to that. The 125 was really, really clean. 130 could dictate if he jumps up by the bare minimum of 2.5 or maybe even push it to a 7 kilo jump if he's feeling a bit ambitious today. Oh yeah, that looked really good. 135.
Really solid 130. Definitely expecting 135 for his third, just to match his meet best. Liam O'Malley now 132.5.
This is again his nominated best for the bench at 132.5. So if anything, the 74s, aside from trying to break right through each other, they are still doing their best to shatter their own records and maybe push through it on that third attempt. I think the third attempt has been by far the most difficult climb for this weight class specifically, but also because maybe they're still really pushing that PR too.
And it's not just pushing themselves, pushing that PR. If everyone here, and these are the top lifters, are going past their best, they're just elevating the standard for the 74s in general.
Which is already really high to begin with, right? But everybody, again, wants that evolution, wants the bar to go up, both literally and figuratively. Nominated best conquered by Liam O'Malley.
132 flying for Liam O'Malley, so hopefully, well, not hopefully, now he is in a position to hit a new meet best. 135 now for Mark Marquez.
Mr. Marquez, a little bit higher up on his nominated, but again, he cannot be complacent. You have to consider that there has been a long squat session before the benches did come into play, and maybe the leg drive's just not going to be as prominent. Because again, we have to explain that some of these PRs are happening on different individual days where you're fully rested.
Because it is your best total, not in general and not necessarily on the same day, but that seemed like a really solid 135 for
Mr. Marquez here. And
and Mark Marquez. But now we have RD Abdal.
RD Abdal getting ready onto that bench, although this is, at least for his standards so far,
A little under his best, but of course, in comparison to his squat and his deadlift, may not be his strongest, quote unquote strongest, but considering he's going up against forces like Erickson and especially Galon with a 150 nominated bench, you really just have to take in those kilos. 135, he's pushing for it, but I do think we're gonna be seeing 137.5 for his third. Again, he is currently in first, and all it takes is him missing a one lift, and you don't want to overextend.
Yeah.
Erickson Capilla now going 140.
I think these lifters up next have to take advantage of the fact that that squat 3 was sub kilos left on the table, and maybe getting a 3-for-3 bench would be one of the factors to push them over the edge. And obviously, Mr. Erickson getting ready for that 140 crowd.
Really solid 140. I'm wondering if the speed is just making him confident enough for 145. Again, Erickson Capilan is currently nominated in 4th, with Mark Marquez slowly catching up. So, sorry, Galon is actually already in. Angelo Galon already in first by 2.5. RD following behind on 610. And Mark Marquez 601 with Erickson Capilan at 597.5.
It is just so close to call. And like we said, right, maybe that third bench is what makes or breaks it, because so far everybody has been really, really close to the nominated bench, if not conquering it already. But Galon will take all those kilos into consideration, because as you've said, this race, and they are trying to get any edge over everybody else. Oh,
and unfortunately, he already got the start command, and I do think he slipped. That's why it fell. So he does have one more attempt because he didn't expend much energy trying to push that. So he just has to figure out maybe what went wrong. There is a lot of chalk. There is a lot of powder on that bench. A lot of people putting chalk to keep themselves stable. But 147.5 now for Edric Barcenas. We mentioned a while ago his best in comp is 150, and if he just adds 5 each time, he's going to hit a new meet PR.
hopefully there are no clipping issues here too, because as you mentioned, there can be a lot of variables that go into these lifts, and hopefully there's not too much chalk, not too much powder on the equipment.
Eric Barcenas now 147.5, our strongest bencher on this flight.
147 has a big advantage too, because the closest he had, at least for bench competition, was Galon, who did have that unfortunate second attempt. 147 though, challenging already. But like
and
you said,
the music change. Oh my god, it's like they know, but the music changed. 147.5, teeing him up for what could potentially be a meet PR if this moves well. And I'm wondering, will he go for that 152.5? He's waiting for the lights. It is a good lift.
could be possible. I mean, just from the eye test alone and not looking at anything else, it was pretty good. And
I am seeing comments that they are slipping, not eavesdrop on the athletes talking to their coaches, but
that's incredible. That's at least 20 feet or 10 feet from us.
115 now for Christian Mendoza.
Reattempt.
He did get it up halfway and then just lost a bit of tension.
Gotta keep it stacked. Keep it tight. He's just looking to get this 115 away and into the box. He's still fighting, but he gives the head shake, and he's given his best at least for that attempt, but he does have the deadlifts to at least add the numbers just a little bit. He is a considerably heavy puller, at least from the openers.
Yep, Don Bernal for quite a while held the deadlift record and still is, I think it's safe to say, still is one of the strongest one of the strongest deadlifters in the 74. Held the deadlift record for quite a while. I think he set it at 273 before, 272.5, but now 125 for him. If he gets this will be a meet PR, or at least a best bench in a while.
Either way, still very good news for Mr. Bernal here. 125 still in the works. Little bit stability, but he fights through it anyway. He must be feeling
Lift for him, and I honestly was a bit worried because it swayed to one side, and I thought there was no way he could save that, but he did. He just kept going and being consistent, and he got it up. It's a good lift for Don Bernal. We have 130 now for Renato Decilios.
Decilios has already taken that 122.5, which was his nominated best. So this 7.5 is gonna be big, but at the same time a very warranted attempt. I know there is a lot of smiles, not just from our lifters, but everybody in the crowd for probably different reasons. Well, he gets it. Does he get it? Thumbs up by the
3
referee.
white lights. It's a good lift for Renato Decilios.
Is it me or is it getting colder?
It's getting way colder.
Certainly has not bogged down any of our athletes though, which is heat retention, big skill just to keep yourself warm without burning yourself out. Liam O'Malley setting himself up for the stage. We'll take a deep breath, and if we look at his stats, he's been pretty consistent throughout the day. I believe he's only missed one lift, but he has to capitalize on the fact that there have been some of the other members of the barangay who's kind of gotten a bit shaky on those second attempts. Again, the 3-4-3 benches have been pretty successful so far in this fight.
We've been seeing at least really good benches of people pacing themselves really, really well. Renato Decilios actually going 6 for 6. Liam O'Malley trying to go 3 for 3 now, taking a 2.5 jump after his successful 132.5. He is being told to replace the bar. His butt is not on the bench.
It's 5 seconds.
He does have 5 seconds, but I do think he's gonna time out his bench, and it's a no lift for Liam O'Malley.
And again, it's good to be patient with your setup, and there are a few words being exchanged.
But the thing that I do think bench is the hardest lift to have the bar replaced, because it takes so much time to set up.
Yeah, it's not
it's hard to successfully do it twice within a minute and get that start command. But Matthew Sagay now 135.
You mean Zeke?
Yeah, Zeke had a bit of a shaky 125, but showed way more confidence on his 130. I think 132.5 to 135 could be his all-time best at the gym. So let's take a look at his nominated bench. He has a nominated bench of 135, so if he gets it, it will be a PR match.
Ice in his veins, especially with how cold the air has been.
It's getting hard. It's getting hard to talk.
There are 3 layers of clothes I'm wearing right now. This wind chill is absolutely beating me up. I'm gonna be completely real. Oh, well, we will have to move that aside as Casey Roy Tamparong is going to walk up to the stage. The thing about his squats, there was a bit of turbulence in that section of the lift for him, but his bench has been one of the more impressive benches. That lift from both his second and first attempt were very quick. This 135, this is going to be a very respectable attempt with a pretty high success rate in my opinion, or potentially high success rate.
And just a bit too heavy for him, but still good showing. 130 as his final successful bench attempt. 137.5 now for RD Abdao. Again, RD just trying to get as much kilos as he can into his total. Currently tied with Angelo Galon on total. However, this is just a forecasted total.
Yeah, but the prospect of snatching up the top spot is enticing for anybody. And again, maybe the strategy right now is just go 3 for 3 on the squat and the bench, because we do see a lot of gaps in some of these attempts. And again, it is a very, very difficult part of the meet, especially when everybody's pushing the limits higher and higher.
Wow, really nice fight at the top. And it's a good lift. He's going in confident. 6 for 6. But Mark Marquez also just slowly catching up. Currently nominated third. Also hoping to go 6 for 6. And like we say, it's going 6 for 6. It's such a mood setter for deadlifts and just your confidence on deadlifts. So
yeah,
my brain froze. I'm so sorry.
That's pretty cold.
It's really cold here, guys. 140.
Hopefully this is the hot streak that has been going for Mr. Mark Marquez. 140 on the bar. His face.
Oh wow, really fast. He really did have.
Yes. Yes.
I really hope they caught that one on stream.
I'm pretty sure they did, but that was a moment to remember, not just for the audience, but for us as well.
That is really funny. And it was like he said, all heart.
We've seen the Yippee, we've seen a lot of the hearts. But Mr. Erickson coming in.
Erickson now also the same strategy of squats, just out that 2.5.
Hopefully this is not too much of a roadblock for him this time though, because the squat, honest to God, that 212.5 versus 215 looked like two completely different levels of effort for Mr. Erickson. But again, that's completely normal. 2.5 can be so difficult to conquer, but the bench is a grind out and there is a little bit of instability before the drop.
But this does not mean much actually, because Erickson Capillian has one of the biggest advantages you can have going into deadlifts, which is he's pulling last. And not only does that mean he has the biggest deadlift out of everyone, he also gets to see what attempts his opponents are taking for their second and for their third. And if he can potentially take bigger jumps and slowly just make his way back into the podium because he's not that far behind.
He's definitely given the luxury to scout it out and pace himself properly, as you mentioned.
And another heavy puller, Angelo Galon, retaking 142.
Oh, man.
Moving really well, 3 wide lines and a good lift for him.
Really happy about it too.
And with that, that puts him back in first in the juniors at least, but I do think he's already sure first in the juniors. Our last bench now for this session, we have we have EJ Barcenas with 152.5, aiming for this platform or for this meet PR.
I keep forgetting Galon is in the junior category. That is a grown man set of weight that he's lugging around. But again, Barcenas taking to the bench. 152, by far the biggest attempt we've seen the entire day for the bench. If he gets this, this will more than make up for that last squat attempt. 147 did move pretty well for him, and now he's looking for 152 to do the same thing, and he gets it.
3 wide lines, and it's a good lift and a meet PR for EJ, and I think he's really happy with that. I do think it's been a while since he's hit anything above 152, and I'm so sorry, EJ, if you listen to this and you actually have. So,
the odds are out here.
But of course, we're moving straight to Flight K. Opening up Flight K, we have Angelo Panerio with a 120 kilo bench.
A record that was smashed in the previous attempt. A squat monster.
Craziest exchange. Failing 260. Opponent getting 262.5 and then getting it back with 263. I think that's the most hyped the crowd ever was.
It destroyed our microphone.
Yeah, it destroyed our microphones and how hyped everyone was for that lift. But now moving on to his bench, opening 120.
Which is, I'd say, conservative start considering everybody has had, or at least in the 83 side, have had a really, really impressive starting numbers, at least from what we're seeing. But that 120 did go up pretty easily. Still, maybe he's trying to conserve a little bit more strength for the rest of the evening, because that 263 had to take a lot out of him.
And he also has to save up for his deadlift. He recognizes that maybe his bench isn't the strongest out of the 3, but he is in contention for that podium, quote unquote, only in 5th place right now, but very close to 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. Juris Ragna now 122.5.
Still setting up the second of the 83s to go for this opener. Hopefully the success is going to be the same from our previous flights, because the opener is for 90% of the day actually, if not all of them. Actually, yeah, there are only 2 missed, and it will look like it's going to be another good lift. It is so nice to see one big green line on our stat sheet.
Oh wow, Jesse Umaho now had a really great showing on the squats, 232.5 for him. Now he's going for 125 on his opener.
It's pretty cool. We've said this a bunch of times, but right now it's pretty cool. But if you are feeling like you need that extra AC, please come down to the Sky Dome, because it does really feel like we're up in the clouds with how high the standards have been set all throughout the evening. There is some hot coffee that we would really, really like to have, and a lot of merch that we would clamor for just right at the entrance.
Mark Bascara opening up with 130. going 3 for 3 on the squats. I do think I know 142.5, 130 weight. He should be able to rep out, so that as his opener is a no problem.
As predicted. As you mentioned, that is a weight that he has.
He should be used to pressing, because if your best is 142.5, you surely do pass 130 as a warm-up. So it looks like he's definitely queuing himself up for that. Jose Hablos up next, also taking 130.
Looking at the stat sheet for the 83s, I'm still trying to sort through the stats. If they're actually trying to claw at the nominated best, the way the 74s are, but maybe it's a bit too early to tell. Again, the scouting reports for everybody has just been a little wild. Everybody's pacing themselves to, I'd say, a pretty conservative amount. I don't think we've seen too many crazy jumps, actually, at least for this evening session. And we're going to see if that's going to be a good lift. It's going to be a fantastic lift with 3 lights. Medalia will one up the attempts by a little bit with that 135 as he walks up to the bench.
And I'm looking at Nui's nominated total. He is currently at 585. I know his goal is 600, and this is 585 with just his opener bench and deadlift. So there's definitely room to add 15 and even more to that. So 135 moving really good. I can already see him maybe going 5 kilos closer to that 600 goal.
600, a subtotal that everybody is reaching for and is within very realistic reach for a majority of our lifters here. But for the lifters that are going to eclipse that for the first time, again, another momentous occasion for them, is Vince Gutierrez setting up now, opening with 137 from the men's junior, by the way.
And these men's juniors, it's also so competitive because we do have lifters from earlier this morning, but we also have forces to be dealt with. We have Leo opening with 160 later on, but for Vince Gutierrez, that was a very good 137. Currently, actually forecasted now as second in the men's juniors.
His nominated best bench is 150, so if he was going to work up to that as a junior, mind you, it would be more than impressive. But right now, it is Mark the onto the bench. Still looking at his stats, his nominated best bench is actually not too far off from this opener, so maybe he's looking to smash that record too, or maybe go for a conservative 2.5 increment to it.
A really easy 140 for him. Taking a look at his nominated total, his nominated bench is 145. And I think with the speed of that, that is what we'll be seeing for his second, which gives him a lot of room for a meet PR. Armand Anunciado now, 140.
Armand, who's had a pretty good evening so far with a 262 squat, was only toppled by one person in the same flight, but 140 to open should surely equalize this at best at the total.
3 white lights, it's a good lift for him. He's currently forecasted first now by quite a bit. Forecasted total 662.5. But John Sorima now, I think his meet PR is 150. Giving that a quick double check. Yep, his best in training has been 150.
142 to start, so it is a pretty similar theme for everybody, but some of these jumps into the next attempt, which we're giving a preview of, are already like where the paths of this match start to kind of play out. But 142 first for Mr. Sorima here.
Ooh, moving really good. The look he shared with his coach there, feeling really confident. But of course, John Sorima is nominated, is currently forecasted third, and of course, you really want to build slowly and hopefully not give that lead away, or at least catch up to Leo Almeida. They are currently tied right now. John Cuevas taking 147.5.
Still preparing himself for this one, but I think the 83s have been by far the fastest on the setups. So there is a lot of confidence going into their bench despite a few discrepancies on their numbers. But again, it's not bothering too much because a lot of them still have quite a bit to fall back on. With 147, should be a clear 3 lights for Mr. John Cuevas here.
And it is a good lift for John Cuevas, who's been doing really well. 3 for 3.
You know, I feel like there is a lot of eyes, obviously, on Panero, and I believe it should be one of those things where people have all their attention divulging on maybe the top 1 and 2, but don't realize how close number 3 and number 4 are actually from snatching that. And yes, sure, individually, some of the lifts have not been like super eye-popping relative to what we've seen so far. But like you said, they're slowly climbing that mountain. Maybe just waiting for the right time to bump up those numbers.
Tos Kiambao now 147.5. And it's a good lift for Carlitos Kiambao. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 5-kilo jump from him. Ivan Salonga now 150, and this isn't even our last bench dip.
And you know, it's been a slow ascent to the strongest opener so far. There are still a pair of lifters that are looking to once again catch up. I like how there's been a plethora of names you've thrown out. You know, Tos Kiambao being one of them. And then you suddenly use his full name, so it's something.
It feels weird calling him Tos Kiambao, but Ivan Salonga now.
Well, we're still in our benching session, and 150 on the bar for Ivan Salonga. Pretty high arc, actually. I think that's the highest arc out of the 83s. And
I really like this bench. Very solid, controlled on the way down, very solid press. I'm definitely expecting a big jump from him. We have Leo Almeida up next. He actually initially put in a record 160.5. The record does stand at 160, set in 2023. I'm not sure why he opted out of that 0.5, but
maybe he's just trying to get a good attempt going first, and maybe kind of feeling if there should be a bigger attempt. Could potentially
But
chip.
also, 160, our biggest bench opener, already could be a record, and it's done by a junior lifter.
You know, that really escapes me again because these 83s and 74s, they're surely nursing a lot of monsters in the making. If not, do already have a lot of strong competitors very early in their career. Almeida with a great 160.
Really solid 160, and a thing about like Almeida may be a junior, but I do think he's only entered it relatively recently. Juniors range from 19 to 23 years of age, and I know he's just aged out of sub-junior maybe 2 or 3 years ago, so he has a lot more years left in him. You can see his birth year here actually. 2005.
And he's only been competing for 2 years.
But of course, okay, that first of all, that made me feel old. I'm 9 years older than that guy. But
I'm older than you, so please calm down.
Angelo Paneria now. 125. We are now in the second attempt. Everyone successfully getting a bench on board.
Again, this is really conservative from him. We can obviously tell too with how his attempts are going. He's just getting it out of the way, perhaps. Or maybe again, he's feeling that his legs do need an extra time to recover for the deads later on in this evening. Still another one tallying to the total. 127.5 next for Juris Ragma. This is a 5 kilo jump for, I'm double checking, it is still another men's junior competitor. Had a pretty good squat session too. Like I think out of the 83s, consistent across the board. Actually, now that I look at it, the 83s are also still in contention for one of the most consistent groups. Granted, the weights just have been, or at least the moving up has been a very different story for everybody.
And Juris Ragma, like you said, one of our more consistent lifters, went 3 for 3 on the squat, had a very solid opener, and I'm very sure we're seeing this get extended to a 5 for 5.
Let me just look real quick. That is nominated. For the bench, this is way above his nominated, actually. His nominated was 117, so with the first attempt alone, it got conquered, and with 127, that's a big plus 10. He's really happy about it too, so maybe we could see him hit another PR. I would like to get a bit more insight on his training, so for every one of our athletes, do post more. And I think Miss Abby was onto something. We need to see all your data from Instagram.
We need to see all your data. Also, it's fun. It fills up the air.
Oh, it does. It really does. Especially when everybody's just been... You know how like in every sport, especially the top 1%, there's already a level of competency that there's just it's so hard to nitpick. And everybody's really good. What else can we say?
Mark Bascara getting set up again. Mark has podiumed in the men's juniors many times, so fighting for that place. 3 wide lights. It's a good lift for him.
That is
135 now also for Jose Haplos.
I think Mark is going to move up at least, well, obviously 2.5, there's no choice, right? But maybe a more brazen attempt at 5. 135 looked really good. But now, focusing on Jose Haplos, 135 for him as well. I believe he's also part of the juniors. if I'm not mistaken, no, he is on the open. I'm really getting wary of these juniors sneaking into the open like this. That's messing with my head. But again, very, very impressive lifts altogether. Also has only had, I believe, 2 years of experience. If this is accurate, 127 was his nominated best. Obviously already gone beyond that. And everything after this should have probably been gone over in training already by the looks of it.
We're waiting for the lights, but I'm seeing a thumbs up, so it's a good lift for Jose Haplos, extending his meet PR, maybe all-time PR even, to 135. Taking 135 again, we have Jesse Omahon, a 10-kilo jump. Jesse is also a junior. He's currently third, but it's really competitive. Nominate 5-kilo jump. I'm wondering if maybe, even if it looked really fast to us, that maybe there's something he felt that we didn't notice.
Yeah, it did look a little unstable on the way down. Again, it did rock, so maybe he just couldn't slingshot himself back up. It was, again, to my ear, 142, an attempt at 142 from 137.
Oh, I actually think Mark D is skipping
His second attempt?
He is skipping his second attempt. I'm wondering if he's resting maybe for a bigger third, but his 140 did move really well. I'm wondering if there's a reason why he opted not to go up, not to go out, but
there are definitely a lot of reasons, as
could also be the cold.
Yeah, I was just about to say, again, guys, sorry for it being that, but it is absolutely freezing. And hopefully the athletes don't freeze up, especially when they're trying to snatch away this lead.
We have Emmanuel Medalla now also taking 142.5. He is currently, oh, I'm sorry, he is currently, I think I kept calling him a junior. He's actually in the open also. He's taking 142.5. If this is successful, this puts him 7.5 kilos away from his goal of 600.
To be fair, it's been almost indiscernible with how everybody's been moving this weight. And regardless of your division, that is still a lot of metal getting tossed around in the air. A successful lift for him, so that is always a positive note. John Surima prepping for by far one of the biggest matches, or the beginning of the bigger attempts here.
Taking a big 7.5 jump, but again, his 142 moved so quickly that even his coach was just like,
yeah, go ahead.
Huh? Like, so hopefully 7.5 is big, but also if you're benching 142, how much does 7.5 really affect you? So again, his nominated best is 150. He has done more at the gym, but as gym PRs, which are really different, he's feeling good.
Okay. A little bit of a tap on one of the referees too, if you saw that. He is feeling very good. So maybe they're discussing between him and his coach to bump it up just a little bit. It does look like they're looking to submit already what a third attempt could look like.
But it is an important discussion because John is currently second, but again, Leo is not that far behind, so making that big of a jump that maybe he can't push through is essentially taking away kilos that could have placed him higher on the podium. But now we have Dos Miguel Kiambao.
Wow, there is such a mix of these names.
Yes, a lot of names. We have Miguel Kiambao, 152.5.
It's been a pretty good evening for him. It's been a consistent way up. 152 could be a considerable jump for his bench.
A little bit of a roll in the bench actually when he pressed, but he was able to save it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure what he's feeling.
That roll
I'm
was
seeing
there.
him nodding though. Seeing him nodding, maybe coming off felt a bit off, but now that he had time to walk it off, feeling more confident. Arman now 152.5. I do think he is decently far ahead. He is
That's 35 kilos.
he is 15 kilos ahead on forecasted, but this is he has to get these lifts. Of course, this is a 12.5 jump. Missing that, but brings his total down by 12.5. But of course, he does have another go at it.
Well, like you said, some of these forecasters can go awfully sideways for a lot of these lifts, and especially when the later the evening gets, those 2.5s, those 10s get more difficult to come by. 155 for the next attempt for John Cuevas, looking to close that gap just a little bit, especially when there was a missed attempt on that second bench. We're patiently waiting for John Cuevas to set up and potentially get a second attempt on the board here. Again, we talked about the difficulty of some of these kilos that can be left as crumbs on the table, especially with everybody experiencing a little bit of the fatigue. I think bench number 2 is when that sort of starts. But hopefully this is not the case for one of the more consistent lifters of the evening in a very consistent group.
Extending that perfect lift, we have John Cuevas going 5 for 5 now. Ivan Salonga 160 kilos. If I do remember his 150, it moved very well. Does have a very solid technique on his bench, really setting up that arch as high as he can and then controlling it with that perfect soft touch.
And with that 160 loaded up onto the bar, Ivan Salonga just focusing up here. Like you said, really, really aggressive arch, which has been pretty uncommon for the 83s and to the 74s. Waiting for that handoff. Beautiful, beautiful 160 to add to the tally, and that should push him or at least even him out with the subtotal of John Cuevas and inching him closer to the top of this class and to this flight.
The heaviest bench again, done by a junior lifter born in 2005.
Man, it is still so strange.
Barely 20 years old. Maybe even still 19.
How does that make you feel with our age obviously being a little up there these days? But that's not important. What's important is that...
Yes, exactly. What's important is this 165 on the bar for Leo Almeida. Lots of cameras, lots of phones out.
This is going to be an absolute behemoth of a bench, and his subtotals are already looking really, really good. Could get even padded further with this dip. The fight up, that's not even a fight. That is just dominance on the bench press.
3 wide should be a good lift, and it looks like probably a PR or something that definitely means a lot to him.
That pushed them up to, I believe, forecast in 3rd place, and obviously in the juniors leading by quite a bit.
And it makes you wonder, he is 3rd, but he's already won the juniors by a mile. Are you just gonna go for it and just try to win open as well? Of course you would.
It's like, we're already here. Might as well.
I'm wondering if he's going to just void that third attempt or if he's going up, but Angelo Panerio, 130 now. We do think he is just conserving his energy. 263 squat. That took quite a grind to get it up.
Absolutely.
And just saving that energy because he still has deadlifts.
Oh. So maybe there really was a stamina issue. That 130 did not go up for Mr. Panero. And, you know, we were talking about if he did lose a little bit of strength on that cut because, again, no matter how you look at it, that's 10 kilos being scraped off. There has to be a point where something has to give.
And that usually is the case with bench. Bench actually is the lift that gets affected the most when someone decides to cut. But Juris Ragba now, 132.5.
Really pinning himself to the bench here before he attempts the final bench for himself of the evening. He's had a pretty good night. Again, like many of the 84s, barely missed any lifts. He's hoping to not start here. He'll just keep pushing. A little bit of a grind. Still very good on the way up.
Good lift, and he's going 6 for 6. Mark Vascaro after him, also hoping to do the same thing, 137.5 on the bar.
Man, powerlifting collectively very happy with how this meet has been going, and if they have more contenders tomorrow, it just makes the award for giving, you know, the best team
Best team,
more
best.
difficult.
Yep. We're seeing dominance in Zest, we're seeing dominance in Mayhem, and even Feral
Feral,
powerlifting.
Manuel Barbas as well.
Like,
would be-
and so many teams have been doing so well. Mark Bascar, of course, hoping to add more kilos, place higher, and add more team points for Mayhem.
I'm curious about that foot positioning. It's a little uneven, and maybe it affected that lift, but so far he's already got his 135 off the board, so he's not too upset about it. But yeah, I was really curious because it wasn't like...
It could be, probably didn't notice it in setup, but it is a bit common, especially push and slash now 140 with his nominated best. I think it was 127, right? 127.5. So if he gets this 140, that gives him a big meet PR.
Correct, that is 127 nominated for him. And he's already added so many pluses to it. There's really no reason to stop at this point. 140 kilos on the bar. 315 in brew speak. Impressive nonetheless. Easy! And very, very proud moment
And
for him.
Jose Haplos goes on to deadlift with 6 for 6 to his name. Vince Gutierrez now 142.5.
Final win for Mr. Vince Gutierrez.
Vince Gutierrez will attempt at 142.5. He'll just have to prime himself up for this one because it did look like that 142 previously could have been a strength issue, but with a little bit more rest and a little bit more tweaking, this could change the lift for him. It went down, but he's still trying to muscle out of it. Cannot, unfortunately. So 137.5 will be his upper limit, at least for the evening.
142.5 now for Jesse Umangon, currently forecasted now in second.
Really affects his placements in the junior. Really affects his placements in the juniors, I believe, but the Open is definitely going to take a considerable hit.
Now, I really think he's just not going to be taking his attempts anymore. He's nowhere near the camera, so I guess this is the time. I think this is a good time to thank our sponsors.
And with, obviously, at the very first SBD PH Nationals, we would have a plethora of sponsors. Of course, we have to start with the presenters. This is, after all, presented by SBD, Eleiko, and the PAP, affiliated with the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC, partnered with EDSA, and with a lot of help from the RACCO, Whale Nutrition Co., and Playhard.
And of course, thank you to our official accommodation partner, Radisson Park Inn and Pagcor, as well as our warm-up equipment partners, Gymzilla, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, and especially Deer Diet.
There's nothing, man. Come on.
Very good, 150 per man.
And you know, that is a forecast. He does have a lot of leeway.
Puts him now at a forecasted total at 675.
We were asking a lot of questions if Arman Anunciado could successfully defend his place at the top of the 84s, but obviously being in the weight class for so long and has just had that many reps and adaptations to his body, obviously having no problem. But now we have John Sarima, who had a really impressive 150, goes for another jump to 155. He did say he looked really confident, even gave the ref a tap on the shoulder.
Again, he has a nominated best bench at 150. Currently forecasted in second, so these 5 kilos are really gonna count. And
that looks like
he's feeling good, and I'm gonna say it. I did speak to him in the back. I had to confirm, is this actually the first time you went 3 for 3 on squats? And he said actually yes, and told me he's gonna make it 6 for 6, and he successfully did that with 155. Now we have Miguel Kiambao also choosing to go up 5 kilos, 157.5 now for him. He is forecasted fourth, though leading on subtotal. He does lose a bit of kilos due to his deadlift opener, but that's why he really
and 160, or rather, for Almeida, 170. He had a very, very legitimate reason to potentially wave this attempt off, and maybe this 170 is for him and maybe for the fans. And we'd like to see another record being shattered here. 165 was...
That we will have a raffle for today coming from our sponsors, the Burger King and the Rack.
Rian Gayon at 150. Sabina Santos at 155. Eliza Dimdam 155. And Joyce Tributon at 180. Okay, we got a signal. The bar is loaded for Angela Borromeo. This is at 135.
Broke my shoulder, the one time breaking. Yeah.
And we did it for Angela.
Let me take a quick refresh of my lifting cast. I'm so sorry. Micaela Mezal opening with 140. Angela Borromeo did successfully hit 135.
You did mention that in these weight classes, we do have some really, really mean pullers. And right now, we are just really going right through the rounds here. We are seeing Seth Norman readying up to take to the stage, 142.5. On her first attempt. And definitely one of the heavier ones for the 63s.
Her best nominated being 100. Her best nominated being 150 from 145 now, though. Conventional puller, which you don't see very often, honestly, in the women. Also, really nice 145.
I think everything is fine and dandy, and a little off topic, she did go for a bit of a costume change. I think or a suit change.
A bit.
Costume. It's a
She
fighting game.
did go change her singlet now. It's a no lift for her because it's one of those cases where it was kind of so fast that she got rocked forward.
Oh, that's the second time we've seen that actually at the meet. So
I'm wondering if her coach is gonna take that as a sign of okay.
It's Sabina, but like you said, there is still a lot of leeway. Very easy as fully expected. And back to sumo. Also, pardon me earlier, I said costume change. It's just the tech end coming out. So, you know, if you guys are familiar with that, go ahead. But back to business again. This is definitely one of the heavier openers for... Sure, we'll see some aggressive jumps, especially if we do see those smiles come out. That's been spelling doom for a lot of everybody trying to catch up on those totals. Conventional pull, it looks like she's
trying something new because Joyce actually is a sumo puller. Maybe just decided to see where's her conventional at today. She more or less.
Is it gonna be slippery or anything to ruin the integrity of the competition? We'll take a quick look at the stats for Mr. Suarez here and what his nominated deadlift is. But again, for the open,
5.
Favor the lockout seems to be good.
She fought for that lockout, but I do think that it was a good lift, 2-1.
It's a yellow 2 on the center.
I'm wondering if she's still gonna go up 245 or if that's it for today.
There's a lot to...
Seth Norman now 152.5. Her nominated best deadlift is 155. I'm assuming if this flies, she will be going for 160.
Oh, actually, I was thinking of like a 157. Keep it a little bit conservative, but hey, like you said, if this goes up, buttery smooth. Then out 2, the 160.
I do think we'll be seeing 160 for her third.
Yeah.
And always of her reaction after she gets that confirmation that her lift is on the board.
Was that like a medium
Like
yippee or like a
medium yippee.
the more animated version of it? But Claire de Belen.
Claire de Belen now double checking what her nominated deadlift is, 152.5. If she gets this, ties it, and then has an opportunity for that meet PR. Maybe could also be going for that 160 if this flies.
It's also conditional for these big jumps, but I do see a lot of those attempts being registered already.
I do think she might go for that 160. Her 152.5 is looking really solid. Rika Marigza now taking a 10 kilo jump. Putting her forecasted total at 370.
Marie with a 10 kilo jump. And once again, she did have
She's
a little...
grinding it out. Wow.
I was about to say that with the 2 attempts on her squat not being the greatest, still getting that record up might have taken a toll on her legs.
And also worth noting, because she successfully deadlifted, that record now is hers, standing at 145. Micaela Mizal now taking a surprisingly big jump, 15 from her 140.
I mean, oh, actually, yeah, you are right. That is 15. I was trying to crunch the numbers here, but she did feel like that 140 did go up a little too quick. So 155 could prove to be enough.
Wow. Honestly, I feel like that moved better than her 140 because I noticed in her 140, she actually came a bit off balance on the way to the top. So seeing what she can pull when things are lined up, really exciting to see what she puts for her third. And now, Lian Gayona, we talked about it. Her 150 was so fast that she actually lost balance.
Yeah, and this is a completely justified jump. Again, if the problem was the technicality of being a bit too strong, that is already a good sign to move up. And 162.5.
A 12.5 jump.
Yeah, it should be a bit more controlled this time around because I feel like it's the expected weight for her.
Again, nominated with 172.5. Definitely much more stable now. I think that 150 was really just too easy for her. It's a good lift for Lian Gayona, adding 12.5 and getting that 162.5. Definitely room to maybe push that meet PR to 175. Alay Dimdam now 162.5, and I can see her
fired up,
queuing up for 170 depending on how this moves. So as a meet PR, I already think this is one. I remember her last deadlift, she pulled 155 for her third, and that's what she opened with.
I like that progression and continuity between the meets. And wow, that 162 just did not look like there was any addition to that bar. So like you said,
and that is a meet PR for her. I do think we're going to see her load up 170. 163 now though for Sabina Santos.
From one of the most dominant gyms, by the way, from the meet.
Yep, Zest Power Gym. I do think they are most likely to win Best Team because they might take home 6 golds in the women's alone, but Zest is also equally as stacked in the men's division, and we're going to see that a lot tomorrow. But for now, Sabina Santos taking that 163.
Record after record. It looks like the deadlift is gonna be potentially more of the same. Very quick. Very quick.
for Sabina. And again, like, it's been the trend for a lot of these lifters when they hit that 1x 2.5 lift that they're just gonna add 7.5 and round it out. So I do think we'll be seeing 170 for Sabina. Joyce Reboton now, I'm wondering if she's gonna pull this sumo just for fun, but of course she started it out as conventional. Let's see if she stays conventional.
Or she could very well swap out her stats and make us question.
The point is good for Joyce.
If she might actually go for that swap, although 190 is already in pretty heavy territory. You did mention that she already nominated, I believe, 200 for this meet, even though she has pulled heavier historically. Oh,
It looks like she's sticking with conventional, but again, like we said, her nominated is 200. That was pulled sumo. Maybe she's trying to see, can I do the same with conventional? And here she is with 190. Oh, I do think she can pull 190 conventional.
If she was serious, there is no doubt now. And 100 could be on the menu because 190 did not look like it posed enough of a threat, at least to her stamina, because the smile was there. So far, she's only missed like one lift, and it was
and it was on a technicality. France Borillo now 220.
Second attempt with a pretty reasonable jump, and especially with the deadlift. We are now going back into the 83s for the men's open. Very, very easy indeed. No doubt about that lockout being without question. So that should be a 3 white light from our referees here. A quick jump up to 232 though for the next competitor, which is Earl Rodelas, who I believe had a pretty satisfying like deadlift, at least from his body language. It did look like there was a bit of a delay on his lockout, if I'm remembering correctly, so it could be a bit of a grind for the 232, but you have mentioned several times that sometimes it's really the lockout that people fight for, and it's better to fight for the lockout instead of the lower sticking points.
I think out of all the 3 lifts, this is actually the one he's been the least animated on. Maybe this could be the one he's actually the most confident on. Then if he's that locked in, 232.5, moving really well. Going 8 for 8 right now. He did a bit of a sign. Oh, I think he's happy because by getting that, he's at a 600 total.
Very, very good news and very validated jump towards the exit there. He was ecstatic, and I guess that also allows him to push even harder for the next lift.
Yeah, because he's already hit his goal of that 600 total, and that makes his third just become kind of, what do I want to try and see maybe that I can do. Of course, he also may want to go 9 for 9, but 237.5 now for Janelle Parchamento, moving really well, though waiting on the lights.
I feel like that's been how our first 2 deadlifts have been, where the lights have been...
And a good lift for Janelle Parchamento.
Like the lights have been actually been like the point of suspense for everybody, especially how some of these have been flying up. There's been a few cases of it being a bit too strong. Another 12.5 jump, I believe, for John Suarez here. I think he sat out one of his lifts earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Or if I could be getting some of my stats mixed up, but either way, another conventional pull. Looking relatively easy still.
Looking really strong, very convincing, 245. His nominated best meet deadlift or best deadlift is 252.5. If he chooses to go up 10, that's an all-time PR or at least a meet PR. And Angela Borromeo, she had to fight for that lockout on the 142.5, and we were wondering, would she still come out for a third? And here she is, not even taking that 2.5 jump. She went all the way to 147.5. It is the last deadlift. She wants to close it out, make sure she uses all ounce of energy that she has, because of course you put so much time.
And I'm pretty sure after like
Work,
a meet day like
effort
this,
to get to this point, why not just make sure you leave it all here on the platform? 247.5.
like I said, maybe after like a meet like this for her, it is going to be a good night's sleep, especially after such a heavy deadlift that just doesn't get past her shins. But again, smiles all around. Like you mentioned, that is pretty much just kind of emptying the gas tank and giving it your all. But overall, very successful coming out. I think that it is pretty much unchallenged for her.
She does place second in the juniors and fourth in the open. 157.5 now for Claire de Belen. She did match her meet PR with 152.5. So if she successfully gets this 157, that puts her in a 5 kilo meet PR, and she's honestly been having a really good day. Looking at what she's hit and what she's nominated, there's really some progress there, and it finally comes down to this last deadlift. And again, she took such a long break off powerlifting, and here she is setting new high. She's smiling and locking that out. Oh, and it's a no lift on the blues.
The blues, again, it really does come down to an even deeper technicality as we expect.
Could have been a hitch or a downward movement, but I
didn't see the hitch at all.
I didn't catch it, but of course the referees have a better angle.
And my eyesight is pretty bad, so.
And we didn't pass the ref exam. They take an exam, guys. They know what they're doing. But of course, valiant effort for Claire de Belen, and I think she is still happy that she got to lock that out. Seth Norman now. This will be a meet PR and potentially even an all-time PR for her. 160.
Again, these big jumps on the third attempt because everything's been solidified, and it nearly gets past the knees. But and pretty positive note for 63s and 76s so far, especially at the tail end of the deadlift.
And she's still happy. She knows that she tried, and like we said, she left it all out on the platform, gave 160 her best effort. And Rika Marigza not trying to contest Jane's 382.5, just trying to get 375, secure as your 63 silver medalist. But I think she's feeling really good. She got what she wanted. She got the squat record. She finally got that 70 and on the platform in the meet. And now she wants to close everything out with a 160. Her best, of course, being 155. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there today. She still ends the day with a 370 total and silver for the women's 63s.
Up next, an attempt at 162.5, but once again, a lot of these placements are already kind of set in stone, so it is more of the thing that you mentioned, which is giving your all, but still a lot of focus here. Potentially could be, if I'm not mistaken, close, if not a new PR for her. Would have to check the sheets for that.
Or Micaela Mizal, her best nominated is 155. So if she does get this is a meet PR, and she's been having a really good day. Her 155 flew, so this is half of that jump from 140 to 155, and I think she can.
3 white lights.
It's a good lift, and that puts her total at 3.
165 for Alexa Tricao.
That puts her total at 380, and it does not look like Ally
The march movement for Alexa.
is choosing to contest that. Ally now pulling for silver, choosing to stay at silver, 165. She's been really fired up.
2.5 jump. Still.
And again, her best deadlift before this meet, done in a meet, was 155, and now she's about to could potentially add 10 kilos, which is a massive meet PR.
Lights still waiting.
It's a good lift, and she's really happy with how that moves. And again, that's a 10 kilo meet PR for Ally.
And again, it's just so happy to see someone open with the previous PR and then just go right through it with attempts 2 and 3. But it is so far all business for Lian Gayona. Ready and up for that 170 that we were talking about. It is still business as she walks up.
And the composure she needed to have to know she was going up 12.5 after missing an opener, and then to smoke it. Now ending the day on a 170 kilo deadlift.
This pushes her to silver, no? For
And
the
yeah,
76?
this pushes her to silver there.
But that's if.
If successful, this does push her into silver. She's really fighting. I think
she's got it.
Oh, we jinxed it. That was
no. No.
And it's a no lift, but a really good try. I really thought
it did roll off her figure a little bit too, and she was very, very close. Does look a little dejected, but overall, I'm pretty sure this is still a really, really solid outing for Miss Lian Gayona here.
Sabina Santos now. I swear, she's like, my training didn't go as planned, but here she is. She's locked in. She's probably the most serious lifter we've seen so far.
It's been record after record for...
If she gets this pushes her total at 406, totaling 400 as a sub-junior.
Which was, I would assume, almost unheard of, right? And she might retire as one of the most dominant sub-juniors.
And I really love, like, you would be so surprised to find out she's 18, because look at how much control she has over the crowd, how much she knows about herself, the environment she needs to be in to get this lift. And that is a beautiful 170.5 for Sabina. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing white lights, because I'm seeing 1 thumbs up, I'm seeing 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, and it's a really good lift. So much emotion in that lift, because that may be her last deadlift, her last meet in so long, in quite a while. She's 18, she's entering college.
Wow. Again, if it wasn't put into perspective earlier, it's definitely being a much more present. But the moment of truth, 200.
Again, Joyce is nominated best deadlift, is also 200. However, done as a lifter. She's now trying to see, maybe I'm stronger on conventional, or maybe she just wants to flex on those people who say sumo is cheating and just show that her conventional is just as strong. 200 kilos now. Her 195 moved really, really well.
This could be the watch this lift to prove. And I'm pretty sure there's really nothing to prove at this point, just to really hit that final nail in the already shut coffin. Taking her time here. Oh, and the smile. was very much present even before she started the lift.
I'm waiting for the lights. Everyone's waiting for the lights. 1 thumbs up, 2, 3, and it's a good lift for Joyce Remador. So, is Sumo cheating?
Where are you at? Why are you looking at me? I am a firm believer if the weight moves, then it is a good lift.
That's the correct answer. You now 230 kilos being loaded for him.
Very eventful meet still, but now we move to the third attempt for Franz Murillo. 230. 220 did look quite easy for him, and he is taking a little bit of time to let this sink in, get that setup going. A deep breath. Does dig deep. And his nominated the best deadlift, I believe, is 225, so this is gonna crush it by 5 if he gets it. And I think for the most part that did look good. We're just waiting on the thumbs up or the lights to come on to confirm this. He did walk out though before the confirmation. It is a no lift, unfortunately, but still, he did get it up. I think the lockout was probably the point of air there, and now we do have Earl Rodelas, who's been animated.
Oh wow! Okay, this is it. He's hyping himself up now, and actually, he's hyped up. He has chalk in his hair, which is going to be so hard to wash out. Or at least definitely gonna dry out his hair, but Earl Rodelas, he's go for that 9 for 9, and I think...
Oh, he gives a look around, and maybe the dry hair is a small price to pay for the...
Oh wow, this tension must be driving. One thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, and it's...
And he gets it!
And just a funny thing about Earl Rodelas' team, he's from Baguio Barbell, and I know we've been talking about it a lot, but even the people from Baguio Barbell are saying right now. I really think he's fighting for this. You can see it in his face. All the stages his face had to go through to show that he was grinding it out, and he's really happy with that. And that's a new PR, meet PR at least, for Jan Suarez. Moving straight into 5J, Mark Marquez. If he gets this, solidifies his earlier squat record. Just needs to pull this 220.
So that does incentivize a pretty safe deadlift already. And at the same time, his performance throughout the meet has been something to note of. Like you mentioned, there is a record. His bench is also really solid. But this is culminating, or at least slowly culminating into a potential 9 for 9. So let's not get ahead of ourselves first. He wants to register that squat record, as you mentioned. Getting ready.
It's a good lift and official new record for Mark Marquez in the squat with 241.
I was trying to see off the body language from the referees, but then for a while it did look like they were kind of giving a bit of a squint. But at the end of the day, there was more white than red. So like you said, new PR, looking really good for the next attempt, and he does get that squat record in the books for himself. Next up, we have Renato Silas, if I'm not mistaken, 222.5. Another chance at a pretty well-rounded effort for this meet. And potentially could bump it up. They are checking the stage for something here. I'm not entirely sure what. There might be a little unevenness, maybe.
Boys going in for RJ Gymzilla.
Silas walking up, as we mentioned, after getting the stage check. 222.5 on that opener. You did say that the 74 class has probably one of the most, I believe, aggressive deadlift flights so far. And until now, I don't think we've really decided on who could really take that podium just yet.
There's so much going on, and it's so hard to tell. Like, you usually, like, maybe by opener deadlifts, you have a good idea of what to expect, but this is such, like, just look at the numbers, look at what people are opening with.
74, Barangay 74, you have been the gift that keeps on giving. And Casey Roy Tamparong looking to really bounce back from that spot. We've been talking about it all day, but it really has been the thing that's been kind of pulling his totals back a little bit. But so far, his benches have more than kind of made up for it. These deadlifts will have to be the do or die.
As much as you want the bar to go where you want it to go, you must follow where the bar chooses to land. Casey now getting himself prepped for 227.5.
That's wisdom. You have to follow where the bar falls. Hopefully it's not on your feet.
Liam Umali now 235. Did have a bit of a mishap on his 125 where he ran the timer out after getting asked to replace the bar.
And again, that could have been just like, well, obviously it would help his total, but this time around just a bit more careful. It would be probably very frustrating to run the timeout like that because we've seen a lot of buzzer beaters, especially the first 2 days.
And we're seeing Liam now actually push the bar into a less used part of the platform, giving that part of the platform a higher chance of being even. And especially for sumo deadlifters, they are really particular with how they want the floor to feel underneath their feet. And with Liam, that adjustment paid off. A really easy 235 for him. Zeke now opening also at 235. It feels weird when I call him that in the gym and I just pretend like that's not his name, so...
Fair enough.
235 now.
Oh, and they've actually moved up a bit closer to the front of the platform,
Yep,
too.
because everyone was pulling in the center. There is a chance that could be
Subjective.
uneven now. So everyone now pulling in the front, 235.
And at this point, with the amount of weight that's been crashing down on the platform, it's almost unavoidable. You have to consider that is the wear and tear of every single athlete that stepped onto that stage. So, yes.
We have Christian Mendoza now, 235, feeling really good.
He's been a pretty positive ball of energy for the most part of today, and it doesn't look like the deadlifts are going to be any different. 235 for the opener. And another smile, pretty fluid.
Moving really well through the deadlifts right now. Everyone with an opener. And every deadlift we've seen so far being convincing openers.
There's been a lot of persuading these last 2 days. And
Edric Persenes now 235 close out bench with a meet PR. I asked him if that actually was a meet PR. It was. So hopefully using that momentum to finish out deadlifts positively. He has videos being taken on both sides just to make sure there are no weak points.
wow, that's a lot of like tape to really go over. But it does look like it is going to be yet another persuasive opener to keep things going, to keep things rolling for everybody.
A good lift for EJ Barcenas. We're moving on now to 240 for Angelo Galon. Like we said, missing an attempt for this hoop, for this Barangay 74 could possibly affect the podium standings altogether.
He's challenging that #1 spot for both junior and open too.
He is currently nominated second in the Open. However, I'm pretty sure his first place as... I do think his first place as a junior is secured as long as he gets his 240. He is the only junior in this flight.
Like you said, this is pretty much a might as well lap if he wants to keep challenging for open. But he already knows. He's taking the junior
He's
title.
already won the junior, so all lifts after this are for that open position. We have RD up down now, 242.5. RD is one of the most decorated lifters and he left his belt outside.
It happens.
It happens, but he does have 40 seconds.
Still a very confident walk up here.
But of course, that's a bit flustered still because that's 20 seconds that you could have used getting yourself ready for the lift, and especially because RD did kind of make us freak out almost in his squat when he got the command when there was only 1 second left. 240 now, moving really well, and before I was cut off when we realized he was looking for his belt. I'll talk about it later when he comes back up, but now we have Erickson Capillian, this is it. These are those deadlifts. Like, let's take a quick look at what Erickson's nominated.
Well, that's happening.
Nominated at 250 and already opening with that. And I think it's safe to say that he does have the biggest crowd behind him.
Like you said, this was the nominated best. This is his nominated best. He's looking to put that behind him so he can push forward for even higher total. He's already eclipsed, or at least if he hits this, he is going to eclipse the 600 total as well.
Really easy 250 for him. I'm expecting nothing but 3 white lines, and it is. And our final deadlift for today. I feel like it was foreshadowed a little, right? Because we mentioned he held the deadlift record for 74s for quite a while with 273. His best nominated total, however, is his best nominated deadlift is 262.5. He's opening with 265. He's been hiding his lifts, but we all know he's been going to the gym.
And you know, he's only had one failed lift, and that was that 220, which kind of made us worry if there was maybe potentially like a mistime on maybe the training, or maybe we're overhyping the secret training arc. But you did say he's also nursing an injury. But this is where he shines.
And I do think, sorry to cut you off, I do think this is his heaviest opener of all time.
Oh, that's why he's very focused. 265.
6 seconds. Oh my God, lock it out.
Oh man.
Oh wow.
No overhyping at all, and he does look like he has so much room to keep that going. The heaviest opener, as you mentioned, for Mr. Bernal, and with a lot to give.
And again, his record stood at 273, and I definitely think we'll be seeing him hit a meet PR, even maybe even an all-time PR. And I don't think people were expecting Don to even be in the top 3, but he's well within range of actually pulling for first. But of course, Mark Marquez right now.
Where is the belt?
Oh, the belt again. Where is the belt?
I think that's a reset time.
Yeah,
if I heard
because
that right.
the wrong lifter is on display right now. We have to go back to Mark Marquez. I don't know if the plates are also set up correctly. They do have to double check that. But worked out in favor for Mark Marquez because he actually left his belt. So thankfully, none of that was on timer. You can just walk up, take this 227. And like, look at how different the places are in just one session of deadlifting.
It's definitely taken its toll on the floor, but if this lift does go through, he is inching closer and closer to that podium spot. Very big lift here, a very convincing one at that. 227.5 with a lot of room to really leverage for massive, potentially third lift.
Cassie Roy Tamparong now taking a 10 kilo jump.
I'm already hearing some of the warm-ups resonate through the Sky Dome, and it's still not too late, guys, to jump right back in. There is still a bit of time to enjoy the show. After all, the 74s are far from over, as well as 83s waiting in the wings. I believe the giveaway is still going too, so the shoes and the chalk could be yours, but this 237.5 should bump up Casey Roy Tamparong by 2 places, especially with his 3 white lights, sorry.
Same weight now for Renata June. 237.5, 15 kilo jump for him. And look how big this is just proof of how close this meet is. Just jumping 12.5 puts him ahead 4 spots.
11-7 is not something that we saw in the previous weight classes. And again, from top to bottom, the barangay will still keep going with its competitive nature. The Silos, 237 pull for lucky number 7, and he starts with absolutely no issue for that 237.5. And
that's a good lift for RJ.
That's the sound that he would have wanted to hear anyway, but he was pretty sure, even after dropping
With
that he
how
wasn't
fast
gonna
that move, it does put him in a spot where, let's say, the second attempts of your opponents maybe don't move the way they expected it to move. With that speed of his 237, he could, if there's that opportunity, just sneak in, get third, because he isn't far off. He's at 592.5 with third place by the early 600s, but now we have Christian Mendoza 242.5.
A lot of effort being shown here. It does just about scrape the shins, but that's as far as it goes for Mr. Christian Mendoza. It did look like that 235 was already challenging to begin with, so maybe this was really close to his max, and maybe he did get burnt out on the squats because that 212 we thought was pretty conservative, to be honest. He was nodding his head, remember, on his second attempt. So now maybe the prolonged fatigue is finally settling in. 250 though for Zeke Sagay. just to get that correct, and another potential jump in the forecast if this goes through.
9th to 7th, and putting him in a forecasted total of 595, only 5 kilos away from that 600 total that a lot of the lifters have been chasing.
Difficulties in our scoring system.
Well, while that's happening,
There seems to be an issue in the scoring system. I think this is the perfect time then to shout out all our sponsors, and of course, thank you to everyone watching.
yes, absolutely,
I know
guys.
it's been a long day. It's 9:30. You've probably had your dinner and you're wondering the meet is still not over.
That's right. So hopefully everybody who is dug in the comfort of their homes would like to grab a snack or maybe grab a drink while you're there. But big thank you to all our sponsors who made the first ever SBDPH Nationals the possibility. Of course, presenters would be SBD, Eleiko, and PAP alongside the IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC. We've partnered with Equinox, SM North EDSA for obviously lending this wonderful Sky Dome for us. Playhard, the Raccoon Whale Nutrition Co. playing a big part for the event as well.
And it seems like the scoring system is down. We've moved back to the flags, the good old classic red and white flags. Zeke now going up 15 kilos for 250, and we mentioned it a while ago. If successful, puts him in 595 and only 5 kilos away from that 600 total.
He's thinking about it too. As long as this 250 goes up convincingly for him, then there is for sure an attempt to go beyond that, just to hit that 600 like you said. And this number 7 has been congested for a good amount of time, at least for this second attempt of the deadlifts. But that does look very comfortable, just like how our partners have made us feel, especially with the Radisson Park in providing us, as well as Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, Aster Media, and of course MSports for the rest of the sponsors to make this event possible and for us to witness the greatness we've had. And that's a 4-spot jump, by the way, if this goes through.
6 all the way to second.
This is...
That's just how close this meet really is. Like 15 kilos, I know looks like it's a lot, but for 15 kilos to skip that many spots, that just goes to show how close this fight really is.
It's ridiculous. Persenas, he knows what's at stake. Potentially from middle of the pack to right on to that podium to threaten potentially the number 1 spot here.
Oh wow, really easy. And actually his best nominated deadlift is 247.5. So he's already broken it. He's moving really well. They could, of course he's second now, but there are a lot of lifters after him, and that's why on forecast he's actually at 6th. That's how close everything is. I feel like I can't stress it enough, but I do think they will try to make him pull for that win. But now we have Liam O'Malley, 255, asking for it to be brushed. And of course, you can ask that at any point, and it is only fair. You have a lot of lifters with chalk.
That's another big jump. Again, number 7 has been so congested. Everybody has been somewhat getting stuck here. And hopefully this isn't another close call for Liam O'Malley.
He's at 13, 12, 11. He nodded before, while it was still at the early part of his shins. He knew he had it, and now that places him from 11th to 7th.
The brawl continues, and I think this is, if this goes as well for everybody in the rest of the class, then this could potentially set everybody up for an opportunity to pull for the win. But Galon challenging number 1 here with this 255. We are still waiting for him to move into frame. There he is.
There he is, 255. Let me take a quick look at his best deadlift, or at least his nominated deadlift, 260. So really not far off. I'm expecting this to fly and have this third be whatever he needs to pull for the win. Really easy.
Oh boy. The more we go down this flight, the spicier it gets.
He's now currently at first place.
We've seen that spot on the 74s exchange hands. There has been really a committee in itself for this 74 who is pretty much deciding by the virtue of strength, but is really going to lead.
And it's so, we're seeing it now, and it's only second attempts that we're already trading places. We've had how many lifters go from, how many lifters just went into second? Galon pulling and getting ahead for first, and now Ardy trying to take that first place back. And with two more lifters after him.
The rumble continues as he gets ready for this lift.
Easy lift, 257 for RD. I do think his meet best seems to be 265, so more room for him to grow. That does successfully put him in first, and now we have Erickson now pulling for third. I swear everyone wants to be on this podium.
That mountaintop decedent of 74 is going to be paved with not just chalk and effort, but apparently the blood, sweat, and tears that's been spent working towards this moment. 35 seconds left on that clock as he's still finding the correct positioning on the bar. Now he is getting ready. It's going to be a little bit a moment of silence as he prepares for this.
His entire team, so many people, phones out, cheering for him, wanting him to get onto this podium. It's just a 10-kilo jump for Erickson.
Oh dear.
And Don Bernal, 280.
You did say this man is a bit of a local legend. That's given yet another shot at a massive deadlift.
Trying to get onto that podium as well, and again, I guess it comes with the fact that people didn't know what this guy was lifting, so no one expected him in the podium. No one expected him to even go on the podium, but here he is now, team captain. Someone cheered behind us because of how many times he's won that 74 titles, trying to reclaim it once again. 280. His 265 was convincing.
280 though, that is a big jump, and this secret winter arc of his could pay off at this very lift. I can't believe how easy that 280 moves.
Oh my god. And again, his nominated best deadlift was 262.5. His best deadlift on the platform was 273. And he just did 280. Of course, the record is no longer his. The record is somewhere at 300 right now, but with how the 280 moved, like, why not?
Why not? Why not?
If it's what he needs to win, why not?
He could go absolutely berserk on that last lift like you mentioned, but we still have a lot of competitors trying to shift the tide in their favor, and this platform is only getting beat up by the sheer amount of weight getting dropped onto 235 for the last pull and for just outside the podium.
pulling just, like he said, just outside of the podium, but not today. He still does take home that 241 squat record, and I don't think that's something he should be sad about. 245 now for Cassie Roy.
245. Final attempt. And I'm curious how big of a jump to this could potentially make. Granted, it's only one. It's still a spot up.
Yep, that's just everything so close. Everything so competitive.
And again, that's 245. That is really not a weight to scoff at. Casey Roy, Cassie right Tampano, getting ready for this pull.
And Cassie Roy ends today with a 552.5 total. Coming in, still stacking really high again. We've said it so many times, but
I mean, let's not give away what we just saw on the stat sheet, but a very respectable total for Mr. Cassie Roy. I'm pretty sure he'd still be very satisfied. As I've said yesterday, today you could be disappointed, but tomorrow you will definitely be proud. Now another 2 spot bump if this does go up.
everyone's fighting for this 7th place position.
Lucky number 7. There's just something so reinvigorating about that.
And Renato Desilio's actually 8 for 8 right now. Potentially one of the few lifters who could be going 9 for 9.
Well, it escapes him. But again, the number 7 spot is not really in a tight grip by anyone at this point. And for good reason, we are entering into dangerous territory, at least for the stamina. Again, some of the power from the legs could be a little burnt out, if not for sure spent from the squats. The bench as well, especially with all that leg drive. Now up next on to the platform is Christian Mendoza. That 242 did not go up, but it looks like he's still willing to attempt a pretty high up, or at least in increments. 250 deadlift.
He did get a bit stuck somewhere, maybe not in an area that really phased him. Something he knows he can still fight if it was.
It's like, I could probably give it more, you know.
Like if he's in that position again, I do think he thinks he can fight it. 250 going up 7.5.
Either way, he's going to try and give it his all, but it's been a difficult climb for him. Still smiles all around and being very respectful towards the referees, the officials, obviously to everybody who's been such a big contributor to the event itself. And now we have Pavilion, I believe, taking the stage for the 9th time this evening from Farrell. Regardless of how this is going to work, he is just going to be at 4th. But if this does go up, it's...
Retaking his 260, staying in 4th. But just putting on a show for his athletes, putting on a show for his team. Everyone's rooting for him. And it's a no lift for Erickson Camillian. Matthew Sagay now 200.
You mean C?
60. Well, now I feel self-conscious.
I'm sorry.
Matthew Sagay 260.
Another attempt at the 260, which has been a really, really challenging lift. Actually, this deadlift 3 for the 74s is
We
kind of
have
light.
not seen a single green light so far on the 74s. Let's see if Matthew can turn this one around. His 250 moved really well. His nominated best is actually 262.5.
This is very much like squat number 3 for this flight for 74. It's been challenging all across the board, but now there is no allowance, and the pull begins.
And he gets it on the platform, 260, and that's a green on the board for the thirds of the 74. We're now moving to Liam Kurt O'Malley, pulling from 8th to 4th.
If this pull goes through, but as ambitious as that jump is from 255 to 270, it is going to be handsomely rewarded by putting himself onto that 4th. Although that 255 did look convincing, I'd say it would have been like, okay, that's a 262, maybe a 265, but a 270? He did give a nod in his previous lift.
He is really happy with it, asking for it to be brushed again. Of course, you don't want to lose it on grip just because there's so much chalk on that bar.
He's pushing into a more even spot too, waiting for that little roll to finish. He gave it his all, but again, it's a bit too challenging.
RD Abdao now trying to further extend his position in first. Of course, there are three people after him chasing this spot.
And at this point, from this point forward, it is going to be interchangeable depending on how these lifts are going to go. 270 did not budge for most of our lifters, especially in that third attempt. But like you said, Abdao. Oh my word. That was probably one.
No lift. Surprisingly for RD Abdao, he did lock it.
As he's resetting, he's not letting all this energy get them, and as he's resetting, he's not letting all this energy get them, and he's finding his inner peace. But this infection,
shaking from the cold from the hype. We are seeing 290. It was initially 301, brought down to 290, trying to pull ahead of RD Abdao.
oh, the energy is electric at the moment.
Honestly, if he gets this, this is a massive all-time PR.
It still is.
Like, I feel like for some people the hype may be gone because he's not pulling for first. Maybe some people might be thinking.
You can hear the crowd roar for this.
But the comeback of Don Bernal, no one even expected him to podium, I think.
And he's really putting it out there that he can still climb that mountain, belonging on our Rushmore for at least a 74, and he wants that energy from everybody. And this 290, like you said, could be an all-time PR for him.
30 seconds.
Oh my god, everyone's silent. Everyone's so
Coming off the floor, but it went back down.
and that's 280 still an all-time PR. And
It's the final play.
And with that, just a quick recap while they're loading up the 210 for Carlito Kiambao. Just to recap, third place goes to Don Bernal, second place goes to RD Abdao, and first place goes to Angelo Galon, totaling 642.5 with that very exciting pull for the win. Everyone was on their feet hoping for that pull, watching that pull, and congratulations to all three of them. And wow, what?
I was about to let it really rip if that 290 was gonna come off the floor.
What a last
You would have heard me going
four or
loud.
five pulls. Oh my god, but of course, come back down. We are
Yes.
now in flight K.
Composure.
Compose yourselves. Let's get deadlift ones. First, we have Carlitos Kiambao now, 210.
He has the headband back on too. He looks like he's gonna pull conventional. Like we said, we're gonna give ourselves a little bit of breathing room as well as the crowd because we were at the edge of destroying our vocal cords.
Really aggressive on that lockout.
Sorry, guys.
Lots of energy being put on that lockout, folks. 227.5 is being loaded on the bar for Mark B. I'm seeing him walk up at the moment. But here he is. 227 to open. To continue for the 83s here, the 74s were as brutal as possible. The 83s looking to match that energy. Again, right now, while the openers are going, this is completely going on track, on script, or everything, or as expected. Next up, we have, I believe this is Mark Andre Bascara. 230. Both competing in the open and in the junior, and just very recently, ladies and gents, we did see a junior in the 74s take the top spot. Yeah, big congratulations to Galon, not only for taking one medal, but 2 golds. 230 though, looking to move well for Bascara, and another conventional pull. Beautiful. Beautiful deadlift and an even better sound on that drop. Sweet music to my ears. And it seems like we have a guest enticed to sit down, but he has blown out his voice. Mr. Diamond, who's been very excited in support of everybody.
230 for Angelo Panerio.
And again, just giving a lot of love to everybody still competing. The 84s. Panero has the record for the squad. Just needs to secure this opening deadlift just to get that one in the books. Just to remind everybody, it was a very aggressive cut from, I believe, the 94s into the 83s. Just prepping for this deadlift. Again, just to make sure that record does go into the books. And that is 3 white lights, 3 white flags, 3 thumbs up, whatever you want to call it. So that solidifies that squat record for the 84s. We did that deadlift. 230 for medallia. I don't see it just yet. He is taking his time. I think he's just collecting his belt at this point.
45 seconds.
His ears gearing up for it. Still putting his singlet back on. Getting the belt, the chalk, and everything. Maybe cutting it a little close, but I have no doubt that this 230 is gonna look good. but hopefully he's not going to get rattled from this. We'll have to make a short jog to the bar.
20 seconds.
But again, this is cutting it very close. The setup could be a little rushed, but maybe not in a position that he would find it ideal. At the same time, openers have been great all around. This looks to be no different, even with a little bit of time to spare. And it is a good lift.
Juris Ragma now 235 on the bar. Really nice to see that everyone's gotten all their openers so far.
And with that, just quick review, guys. The 263 record for the squat is in the books simply because Panero finished that squat. But again, not sure how the jumps are going to be for him, I believe. I think coming into this, people were speculating that he would challenge that 84 a little bit more.
A bit of a same thing actually with Ragma. His 235 was just too fast that he kind of bobbled on the way up, and I do think they're going to go with that same method of we'll just make it heavier.
Yeah, make it heavier.
Correction is Jesse Umaho at 235.
Jesse Umaho now 235.
For Jesse Umaho. Then Ivan Salonga is at 240.
235 on the bar, another opener. And yeah, I mean, that red is not really a red. In fact, it was like, maybe we should have put a little bit more weight on it just so there's, well, not running the risk of destabilization. But again, we trust our 84s to keep this going. So easy.
Really easy.
Diamond actually passed by, and he's already given so much of his energy. We heard him scream, we heard him cheer for everybody, and I feel like that's just the type of teammate you would want to have, you know? So really big energy battle for everybody competing. Ivan Salonga has had a pretty good meet so far. 240 will be his opener. His third attempts have been a bit shaky though. They're using the flags a bit more often now.
The flags are much easier and
and faster.
Much easier, much faster. Jose Haplos now 245 with a best nominated deadlift at 265. Has been having a good day so far, going 6 for 6. One of the very few lifters in this flight who have gone 6 for 6.
He's close to 600 though, but again, these jumps have to be a bit ambitious to really encompass that number. Although this 245, hopefully he's gonna go easy. Maybe not too easy so he doesn't bobble, like we've seen a bunch of times now.
3 wides, it's a good lift.
250 for Vince Gutierrez.
250 now for Vince Gutierrez.
He's a junior and he is forecasted fourth.
Fourth on juniors, but if you're actually looking at the lifting cast, at least the spot for second and third is being battled out by the 3 other juniors. Of course, Leo leading the pack by quite a margin. So these 3 or 4 other junior lifters that we have in this flight, all fighting for that second and third spot. So you will see the placements moving around, and Vince Gutierrez with a very solid 250. Pulling him into second right now for the juniors. speaking of Leo,
Oh my goodness. Are we gonna see a back-to-back junior victory? And that's a question I'm just like throwing out to the air because right now it's definitely possible, especially with how things have been going.
and not only is that a possibility, the significance of this 255 gonna solidify his records,
165?
his 165 bench record.
There you go. That
Easy
is
255 for Leo, and like you said, he's already sure in first. So his next two attempts will all be about where can we put him on the podium for the Armand Ananshan Shaga now 260 on the bar, and this puts his total at 675, only 15 kilos away from the total record. The total record is 690 set by Mark Galauran. You're gonna see him compete tomorrow.
I think he could actually maybe attempt for a 700 too if this goes the way you would want it to go, right?
And it's moving really, really well. I can definitely see 25 kilos more in the tank with the way that 260 flew.
Simon is truly trying to get everything out.
Jan Cuevas now 262.5, currently in fourth, but could be pulling for third.
It's forecasted to be 637 if this opener does go through, which I think without a doubt it should. I mean, it's been going well so far, so I'm just going to wash my hands of a potential jinx. I don't think it's going to happen. We have no power, as you mentioned. Jan Cuevas from Baguio Barbell. He'll still take his time on this, though.
And a good lift for John Cuevas. And now our final deadlift opener. We have John Sarima 275, and John actually said on a podcast he was on, if he's gonna pull for the win, he's gonna do it.
Seems like the confidence has
And
been...
he's the coach I was referring to, by the way, yesterday. If you can pull for the win, pull for the win, because that's what John Sarima plans to do today, opening last 275.
He's really leading by example, and I appreciate that double down on that pull for the win. The 275, a really massive opener as well. I think so far that's the biggest we've seen for
3 white lights and a good lift. He's feeling good, and I read his coach's lips. The next attempt is 290.
You think we're gonna see it 300?
I definitely know the record stands at 300 flat.
300.5.
If it comes to a point where it's, do you pull for the win or do you get that 300.5 record, we'll just have to wait and see, because right now we have Miguel Kiambao 222.5, and now that we have openers in, we have rankings putting him from 4th to 2nd. Of course, Toss, I don't want to say at a disadvantage, but of course deadlifting before everyone else, so there's a lot of room for people to knock him out of 4th.
Yeah.
But he just has to sell this and get himself on that board.
Wait a second, I think we have a guest lifter here. Oh! Okay.
No, it was not seen. There was a cat on the stage, on the platform. I really hope someone saw that. And it looks like a pregnant cat. I kind of want to take her home, but 222, 9 seconds left. I don't think he realizes. Really easy deadlift for him. And he looks like he's feeling good. Also, that does put him on the 600 total that I feel like a lot of people maybe were chasing. His nominated total says 555. That could be from really long ago. So because of 55 kilo increase, it's crazy. But 240 now for Juris Ragma. Yep, he did go up by 5 kilos despite missing his opener. It was one of those openers where it's just too fast.
A wobble opener.
Like one of those openers where it just moves too fast. You gotta slow it down maybe with a little bit more weight is what his coach thinks, going up 5 kilos.
And that's definitely a valid strategy that we've seen employed. I was just kind of like looking over where that cat went in case you would attempt to take it home, but now we have an attempt at 240 by Ragma. Like you said, that 235 was way too easy. And like you said, it did counterbalance it a little bit.
And it's a no lift. Same issue at the lockout, just a bit too fast. And now you're wondering, do you add 5 more? Or do you just tell the athlete, as different as it is, just slow things down? It might make the lockout a bit more difficult, but
at least it's on the board.
It's slow and it's on the board. We have Mark D now, 240. Mark D hit 140 on his bench and then opted not to go for his second and third. I managed to catch his coach outside and ask if there was any reason why, and apparently Mark D actually injured his collarbone. But of course, a very nice 240, and it looks like he's feeling good. It looks like that collarbone issue that flared up during bench. I actually see him touching it right now, but it looks like he still has one more lift in him. But 242.5 now for Mark Bascara. We have a reference on the screen. He does stay at 14th, but remember, Mark Bascara is also competing in the men's junior, and if this is successful, puts him in 5th for that junior competition.
A lot of weight, not just on the bar, but obviously on the success of this lift. 242 comes off the floor pretty easily. A little bit of a shake, but doesn't really affect the success of that lift. However, if you are scouting for the third lift, maybe that's something to consider. I do believe he has at least like 5 or 7 in the tank, so a 10 jump would be ambitious, but not too far off the mark. Well, 245 again on the floor for Venerio here, who's pretty happy with the squat record so far. And he is looking to challenge, or at least defend, the 5th spot after a pretty impressive start of the day.
And like you mentioned, because he has a successful deadlift already, that does write his name in the record books with that 263 deadlift. And a good lift, and he's really happy. That's the first. He just ran off the platform. I guess he's feeling really good. Maybe teeing himself up for an all-time PR. If I give a quick look at his best deadlift at 250, and that was 245. So he could be getting an all-time deadlift PR in a while. Emmanuel Medalla now, 245, 15 kilo jump. Looking at his total, he's well over that 600 that he's wanted.
And if this does end up being a successful lift, that is 625, I believe, on the forecasted total, which is a happy bonus. At the same time, we'll bump him up 2 spots. Very easy, very easy.
Easy. 245 for him. I'm wondering if there's a chance for him to maybe push himself into third. We're not sure what that would entail for him, but he's looking really strong. He's gone 8 for 8, one of the very few lifters. There are only 3 lifters so far. He's the only one to go 8 for 8. The other 2 have gone 7 for 7. Jesse Umahon, another lifter, and different flight, but same, pulling for that lucky number 7.
Seems like it's a bit of deja vu from the 74s all the way up to the 83s. But so far in the juniors, this should put him in second if this does go the way he wants. Currently, he is still within podium 3. And he is... Looks like he struggled a little bit at the beginning and then decided to just... okay, no more sticking point all the way up.
I'm a bit confused looking at all the totals, but it looks like as a junior, he's currently in second.
Second now,
of course, trailing behind Leo.
Up next, a 260 pull by Jose Haplos, who's actually closing out on a potential 600 finish, a 600 total for him as well.
His best nominated total as well, I did give it a check, is 585. So if this is successful, that could be a big meet PR for Mr. Haplos. One of the lifters I mentioned doing really well, going 7 for 7.
Currently, pretty good record, and now that lockout looks good. That's 3 white lights. Seems pretty confident on the walkout, still unbothered actually. Not too much of a reaction. But with that being said, it is Vince Gutierrez walking up with a 260. This should put him... But she's still trying to defend that fourth.
This does put him in third for the juniors, and like he said, the juniors are just as stacked as the open. Every attempt pushing someone off, putting someone new on. Vince Gerald now trying to get into third. Really good 260 for him, and you'd think that missing his second attempt, that second and third attempts on bench would maybe throw him off, maybe throw off that chance of him hitting that podium, but his deadlift is just that strong. Ivan Salonga now 260, a 20 kilo jump.
Well, the 240 did go up like a paperweight for Mr. Salonga, and at least he feels that way. And now, moment of truth for this 260. Did not block out, I believe.
Just a bit too heavy once it got past his knees. But a really good attempt, and of course, one more attempt for him. Leo Almeida already dominating the juniors. Pulling now to place in the open. If successful, puts him in second in the open.
Like you said, another terror in the making, and is already making so many strides to constantly challenge the top. Like you said, this is a one position shift for him. Still a pretty big jump, 255 to 270.
And same thing on, it's a no lift. It looks like he wasn't fully locked out yet. I saw the spotter kind of indicate to him he wasn't fully locked out yet.
They're talking about it, but it did look really good. It's just that finishing touch sometimes is the most challenging, or at least can be the most challenging. 275, John Cuevas here. This should bump him up at least in total just a little bit, but so far this fourth place looks like it's going to be tightly secured.
And Jan Cuevas now slowly kind of inching up. If he gets this, puts him at 650, and Leo has actually taken a really large jump for his third. So his current standing total is actually 652.5.
I see the attempt by Leo potentially, but focusing back on Jan Cuevas here. Like you said, it's inching up. It's really those baby steps that could make all the difference.
I'm going to see, yup. He did seem just not locked out enough, not bring his shoulders back enough, but I wouldn't be shocked to see if they decide to add 5 kilos, 2.5 to that, just to push Leo off the podium temporarily. Armand Anunciado now, if he gets this, this is a total record. 277.5 is the total record. And of course, if this moves as fast as we're assuming he wants this to move, we will for sure see a 700 attempt right after.
I also like that it's also setting up John Sorima, the man who he said himself would pull for the win.
Oh,
but again,
and his grip was just giving out at the top, and this is it. This is the opening John needed. If this is successful, they tie on total, and they tie on body weight.
They are both at 81.95.
They are both at 81.9, and when this happens, the winner is actually the lot number. However, I'm not sure if it's the person whose lot number comes first or after. I don't think this has ever happened before.
Well, there's certainly been a lot of events these first 2 days. But Sorima looking to hunt this deadlift down, and he is locked and loaded. 275 to 290 to put him on top and to potentially challenge at 700 total if this goes up. Oh my goodness! Big nod, and he still has more in the tank. My goodness!
Oh my god, I need to confirm this whole lot number thing. I'm so confused.
And while the confirmation is happening, folks, that 290 has to be the most convincing one of the evening. There was a little bit of a difficulty for some of those attempts for the second deadlift, but there is a chance at redemption for one more attempt. We will go back full circle, no breaks here. Kiambao already in the wings looking to pull that 235, and we have...
And I just got a confirmation about how it works. If it's the same body weight, it comes down to whoever gets the total first.
That's a really...
So it really leaves Sorima no choice. He is going to pull after. It leaves him... We have Miguel Kiambao now, 235, trying to pull himself into the podium. He's had really tough competition. Again, also opening out on deadlifts. It's so hard to guess where your competitors are gonna go, and so easy for your competitors to see what types of jumps you'll be taking.
Like I said, there
But
is a
he's
shot.
getting in the zone, and this is the music. This is the music you want to hear on the third deadlift.
Chance at redemption and a little bit more effort to bump himself up on the board. Conventional pull, even for this last one, it is moving up really well in the lockout. There it is. White, more than red, and it is a good lift.
And And that puts him temporarily, of course, into third. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 junior lifters after him. Of course, Leo not counted. He is already, I can't stress enough, so far ahead.
So far, but Ragma on the
And
other.
okay, we talked about this. Would you add 7.5? I mean, 235 was too easy, wobbled. 240, too easy, wobbled. They said 7.5, surely.
And he needs this just to get on the board for the deadlifts. And he is strong as
And
ever.
it's not about strength because the strength is there.
There's way
it's
more.
just that he's too strong.
A surplus of strength, actually, but control could be number one. He's getting it
Looks
up.
like, and it's a no lift for Juris Ragma. We have 250 now being loaded up for Mark D. And we kind of touched up on it. He did get an injury in his collarbone, around his collarbone. I think it was the literal bone.
Which is already quite worrying, obviously, guys.
But he's still here. He wants to finish out deadlift strong. He was really happy with how that 240 moved. I actually talked to his coach and they were thinking 240 was going to be his top end, but here he is attempting 250. And I do think this can also be his nominated deadlift is actually 235. He's fighting for that 250 and I do think he has it. 3 wise and it's a good lift. And that's 15 kilos over his best deadlift. Okay, now Emmanuel Medalla now. He just wanted that 600 total. He surpassed it by way more. I feel like he should have said like 620.
Yeah, because I feel like somebody was being really modest about that. So I'm very happy to see everybody break through 255 on the floor for
If
Mr.
successful, pushes him into 5th but puts his total at 635.
That's overachieving. If he was gunning for 600, definitely.
I do remember him in the Visayas meet. I know on his last deadlifts, he actually cramped really bad. So this is almost some type of redemption from that last meet he had in June. Hoping for a 3 for 3 and a 9 for 9, actually, one of our lifters who could possibly go 9 for 9.
Lockout. Look great. 9 for 9.
And Emmanuel Medalla is the first lifter of this flight to go 9 for 9, closing out at 635 and temporarily in 5th.
Like you said, there's still a lot of lifters ahead at 260.
Speaking of 5th place, we have Ivan Salonga now trying to bump Emmanuel down from that 5th place that he just pulled for. This 260 puts him in 5th, coming from 9th.
260 looking to get reattempted here. Big jump potentially. It's coming off.
And just couldn't get that final lockout, and it's a no lift for Ivan Salonga. We have Mark Bascara now, 14th to 9th, but he also is a junior. I'm gonna double check.
It does say, at least from what we're seeing right now, it could bump him up to 4th.
If he is successful, he pushes Miguel Kiambao off the podium due to body weight. Miguel Kiambao weighing in heavier. So this 262 temporarily puts him in 3rd. Of course, there are more lifters after, but that just goes to show how highly contested and how competitive the juniors are. I know Mark Bascara also is a podium finisher in the juniors, so he should be used to this type of pressure.
No lift. Like you said, just to continue at that point, that margin is so narrow because I believe what's separating them, like you said, is the body weight, but it's 82.5 to 82.35, so that's barely anything. And now we do have Mr. Umahon looking to walk up to the stage here for, I believe, should be a 262.5. We'll put him on second place, or at least solidify the second spot in the juniors.
I do think he already is second. It seems like the next junior is fighting for that third place spot. So Jesse Umahon is your silver medalist in the juniors, closing out with a 262.5.
No real shift here actually for both ends on the open, or but that is still a really fast 262 for Mr. Jesse Umahon.
And a good lift for Jesse Umahon, your silver medalist again for the 83 juniors. 265 now for pulling himself into third. And we mentioned this before because Leo is attempting such a big third and also took quite a big jump from his first to his second and missing. His total, despite the forecasted, still stands at 652.5.
So there is...
And we have a lot of lifters. I'm seeing at least 2 lifters trying to surpass that 652.5.
There is an attempt to swipe that podium placing by Panero, and it felt like, sure, maybe he'd hover 5 or 4, but this final lift could decide where he's going to land. And make no mistake, we did not doubt his strength at all. 263 record in the books. And now looking for potentially a podium finish at, I believe, one of his earliest, if not first, 83 shows.
And it's a no lift, but such a good try. We have Vince Gutierrez now, who's been, his deadlifts have been really solid. Going for 267.5 if successful. Kicks Miguel Kiambao off the podium, takes third place. And again, I was saying, you'd think missing those 2 benches at second and third bench would have rattled him. But now all he needs is 7.5 to get onto that podium. And the way he is stomping onto that platform.
He's a man on the mission right now. 7.5 jump, but like you said, a podium could be in the making here.
And I think he has it. A good lift. And that's Vince Gutierrez, your bronze medalist for the juniors.
Clutch bronze medalist.
So many. Wow, everyone just pulling to get onto that podium. 270 now for Jose Haplos. If successful, gives him that 600 total. And also, he's been having such a good day, going 8 for 8. Only one person so far has gone 9 for 9. Jose Haplos, looking to see if he can add his name to that list.
I have to say, these 74s and 83s have been truly exciting to watch, and we're not even done with this escapade just yet. Jose Haplos, 270.
Oh, and so close. He almost there.
277.5.
Still very respectful exits. And really, it's the shoulders and the lockout that's been
It's
elusive.
caught so many lifters now, but that really is what happens. Like, it just throws you off. We have Leo Almeida now. He did drop. He initially had 300.5 for his third, dropping to 277.5 because he did notice that there are lifters trying to catch up to his 252 total.
Like you said, sometimes it's just better to protect that lead instead of maybe going for a brazen attempt, but that does not mean that everything else has been discounted for Mr. Leo Almeida here. 277.5, looking to get ripped from the floor. And
And
sack back down.
277, just a bit too heavy, and that now this is what John Cuevas has been planning. We saw it in that. We saw it in the attempt selection he had for his second. But of course, before we get to that, Armand Anunciado really attempting 277.5. He picked it up, he locked it out, but just that grip at the very top could not hold. I'm taking a look at his hands now. They are white, covered in chalk.
It's in the details. Apparently, it's been the lockout, it's been the grip. Now, the last few lifters are looking to finish out strong and to give it everything they've got.
And it's a good lift for Armand Anunciado. That puts him at 392.5 and gives him the new total record. And I did see the attempt change by John Sarima, but of course we now have John Cuevas. We saw it when he teed up that 275 as his second attempt. He wanted to build to 650. He knew that if Leo missed his third attempt, he just needed to add 5 more kilos to get onto that podium, and that's exactly what he did. While he missed 275, he just didn't quite log it out. Maybe that drive, knowing that if he gets this, he podiums, will be that energy, be that motivating force that he needs to lock that 280.
And this 83 did not look this way up until that crazy spiral from that one missed lift. Like you said, John Cuevas could steal a podium spot right here. He selected the ground in which he wants to make his stand and make his pull for that medal. It's coming up. And he's fighting.
And it's a no lift, and with that, Leo comes in third. But of course, he said it a few weeks ago, and he's making it happen now. He's going to try.
This is the pull for the win. He is going to try 308, and I think we have to stand up for this one.
I'm nervous.
I'm going to warn you. Your headphones might pop a bit louder if I go max volume on this. But here we go. 308 on the floor. For the win, for the record, and for everything. You see that gold chain around his neck? He wants a gold medal.
Oh my god, I can't. This is probably the most hyped lift right now, if you can just see.
So far deserves a round of applause, but my goodness, was that a show from everybody. And
we have to give credit where credit is due. John, you did say this was the first time you went 3 for 3 for the squats. The deadlift really pushed him so far up, and it was a crazy butterfly effect from one missed lift on the 84s. And my goodness, the SBD PH National is just a gift that keeps on giving.
And wow.
Wow.
Wow, like, wow.
And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that was the final lift of the evening. And I cannot wait for the upcoming day where everybody has been really preparing us for the day of the Giants, the Titans, and by far the heaviest lift. But I gotta say the preview for those 308s, for those 280s have gotten everybody pumped up. Sabi, can you find the words for this moment?
Speechless. Oh, we're on screen. Like, we're standing. That's how hyped everyone was for this lift. That was such a crazy day of lifting. How many attempt change, how many position changes, everything from the second attempts.
And ladies and gentlemen, if that was not enough to convince you to show up tomorrow for our day 3, then I don't know what will.
Like, if you thought 308
it moved.
Was the highest deadlift you'll be seeing, I'm so sure we're seeing 320 tomorrow, maybe even 330. We have really strong people coming in tomorrow. Probably the most hyped weight class, the 93s and the 105s. We have such a big battle, and you really should come down here and see how everyone was watching that 74 and that 83 battle. Like, I'm shaking.
And guys, you know, it is a rarity for my hair to get really that messy, but it has been so intense. The lifters have been amazing all day long. And like you mentioned, the lifts are only getting higher and higher as we build up for the final day. So big thank you to everybody who's still in the arena. And guys, this is the invitation to show up for the final day of the SBD PH Nationals. Of course, big thank you to our sponsors. This is presented by Eleiko, SBD, alongside...
We'll pull up the list.
Yes.
We're sorry, it's a really long list.
So here we go, guys. As I mentioned, it is presented by SBD, Eleiko, and PAP, affiliated with IPF, the APF, the PSC, the POC. Again, just a big preview of how the entirety of the community has made this possible. And of course, in partnership with Equinox, SM North EDSA for providing this wonderful arena for everybody with the big help of Playhard, the Racco, and Whale Nutrition Co.
Of course, thank you also to Radisson, to Pagcor, Gymzilla, Deer Diet, Amino Vital, Hybrid Strength, Manuel Barbell Club, and our media sponsors, Aster Media and MSports. Wow, what a night of lifting.
And what a day too. If we don't have any final words from Miss Sabi, do you have anything for the viewers at home?
Honestly, I'm speechless. I feel like a lot of people, people came in thinking they knew who was gonna win, but I don't think they thought it would be this close. These opportunities for a lot of lifters to pull for the win. And I feel like we're going to see even more of that tomorrow. We have such a competitive weight class tomorrow, so there's going to be a lot of really good lifting, and we do encourage you to all come down here to SM North EDSA Sky Dome and view it live, because I swear it's so much different.
So ladies and gentlemen, that is it for us. Thank you and good night.
Please proceed to the platform. Thank you. SM North Edge sa Sky Dome. Gising pa ba kayo? Kasi meron pa tayong pa-raffle. We're going to give away some products from our major sponsor, TheRock.co. Maraming salamat sa TheRock.co. So there will be 4 winners. 3 winners of the Liquid Shock and 1 Notorious Lift Products SSG4 election. Of course, we have our tournament director, Miss Esme Cruz, and one of our referees in the afternoon session, Sir Marco Ferrer, to do the honors in the raffle. Again, meron tayong pamimigay na 3 Liquid Shock at isang Notorious Lift Products SSG4 box. Ayan na, binunot na. I hope nakatago pa ninyo inyong ticket. Again, titingnan ninyo yung number ng ticket na may hashtag. Here we go. Our first winner of the Liquid Shock is with the ticket number 506028119. Again, 506028119. Kapag tinawag ang ticket number, punta lang po dito sa platform to receive your prize. Okay, huwag niyong walain ang ticket ninyo. Malay ninyo, kayo ang mananalo. I guess we need to have more winners. Liquid Shock. Our second winner of Liquid Shock from TheRock.co with the ticket number 50490. Check. Ulitin natin na 5049-309. 5049-0009. Wala pa rin. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, the third winner with ticket number 5058298. 50582988. Okay. Ang huli nating nabunot ay ang kaisa-isang mananalo ng Notorious Lift Products SSG4. Taas kamay na may gusto nun. Care of TheRock.co. Kunin nyo yung ticket. Tingnan natin with the ticket number 504900073. Nandito ba may ticket number nun? Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. Bubunot tayo ng bagong winner. Okay. Mukhang prize possession tong Notorious Lift products na ito Check. Okay, meron na tayong winner dito. 50490008. Ikaw ba yun? Okay. Wala pang lumalapit dito sa harap. Bubunot tayo! Sana meron na dito, no? Ticket number 5028689. Umuwi na raw. Umuwi na raw, isa pa. Okay. Kaya magandang manood kayo ng live dito because may mga paraffle na ganito. Ticket number 504999596. 504999596. Nandito ka ba? Okay. Bubunot pa tayo. Eto uli. 5049. Sino may ticket na 5049? 0108. Okay. Wala pa dito. O ito, 5049 uli. Ang dulo niya ay 0020. Wala pa rin. Nako, yan ang mga problema pag umuwi. Okay. Sabi nating director, last winner na to. Kung wala dito, bukas na natin ipamimigay. Okay. Ticket number 5049 0012. Wala pa rin. Parinig natin SM Skydome. Ano sinasabi nyo? Isa pa raw. Okay, mag-awarding muna tayo. Okay. Just hold on to your tickets because mamaya bubunot ulit tayo. Pero syempre, kailangan natin i-award ating mga bidang powerlifters in the second session in day 2 of our SBD PH Nationals 2025. We will award the winners in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 divisions, 9 categories ang i-award natin tonight. So, okay, kunin ko muna yung script ko. The winners, the bronze medalists will receive gift certificates worth 400 pesos from SBD Philippines, our title sponsor, and the Whale Products. Ang ating silver medalist will receive 700 pesos gift certificates from SBD Philippines and Whale Products. And ang ating gold medalist will take home 1,000 pesos worth of gift certificates from SBD Philippines, Whale Products, and Amino Vital samples. So our tournament director, Ms. Esme Cruz, and Sir Marco Ferrer, one of our referees in the second session, will lead the awarding ceremony. Unahin natin sa Men's Junior 74 category. We have 3 winners here. Unahin natin ng bronze medalist with a total lift of 557.5 kilos from Power and Respect Gym, Raven Villasotes. So our lifters, pag tinawag po ang pangalan, please proceed immediately to the platform. Any representative of Power and Respect Gym to receive the medal on behalf of Raven. And our silver medalist with a total lift of 582.5 kilos from Giant Training Systems, Linchu Pateo. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 642.5 kilos, the pride of MCA, Angelo Miguel Galon. Where's Angelo? Congratulations. All right, gentlemen, smile to the cameras. Three, two, one. Congratulations, Raven, Linchu, and Angelo. Punta naman tayo sa Men's Junior 83 category. 3 winners din dito. Miss Esme. All right, we're having some clarifications here on the table. All right, the bronze medalist in the men's junior 83 category with a total lift of 617.5 kilos from XXIC Crusaders, Vince Gerald Gutierrez. And the silver medalist with a total lift of 630 kilos from Giant Training Systems, Jesse Umahon. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 652.5 kilos from Undaunted Powerlifting, Leo Almeida. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen. Put out your best smile. And congratulations, Vince, Jesse, and Leo. All right, we have the Men's Open 74 category winners. 3 winners din to. Let's call on the bronze medalist with a total lift of 625 kilos from Otits Strength, Don Bernal. The silver medalist lifted a total of 630 kilos from Avanti, Robert Abdao. And the gold medalist, who lifted a total of 642.5 kilos, the pride of MCA, Angelo Miguel Galon. 2 goats. Smile, gentlemen, and congratulations, Don, Robert, and Angelo. Dako naman tayo sa Men's Open 83, the bronze medalist with a total lift of 652.5 kilos from Undaunted Powerlifting, Leo Almeida. The silver medalist with a total lift of 675 kilos from Avanti, John Sorima. Any representative of Avanti who will receive the medal on behalf of John. Ito, si John, nandito na pala. Joke lang. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 692.5 kilos from Giant Training Systems, Armand Anunciado. Smile to the cameras, gentlemen. You deserve that honor and recognition. There we go. Congratulations, Leo, John, and Armand. Let's go to the female categories. First, so women's sub-junior 76 category. We have a lone winner here. Nag-iisa gold medalist who lifted a total of 406 kilos from Zest Power Gym, Sabina Santos. It's your moment, Sabina. Smile to the cameras. And congratulations. Let's go to the women's junior 63 category. We have two winners here. The silver medalist finished with a total lift of 310 kilos from Kratos Powerlifting, Angela Borromeo. And the gold medalist who finished a total lift of 382.5 kilos from Zest Power Gym. I don't know if she's here. Jane Erasmo. Any representative from Zest Power Gym to receive the award? Okay. Congratulations, Angela and Jane. Smile to the cameras. Let's proceed to the Women's Open 63 category. Three winners tayo dito. The bronze medalist who finished with a total lift of 350 kilos. Congratulations, Seth Norman. The silver medalist tallied a total lift of 370 kilos. From Baguio Barbell, Rica Marigsa. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 382.5 kilos from Zest Power Gym, return to the podium, Jane Erasmo. Again, a representative from Zest Power Gym to receive the gold medal of Jane. 2 golds. Congrats, ladies. Smile to the camera, Seth, Rika, and Jane. Kahit wala siya. Ay, siya ba yan? Congratulations again, ladies. Women's Open 69 category. Silver medalist with a total lift of 355 kilos from Kilos Powerlifting, Alyssa Timdam. And the gold medalist with a total lift of 380 kilos from gold na naman sila from Zest Power Gym, Micaela Mizal. So the 2 ladies, congratulations, and put out your best smile. For our last category for day 2 of SBD Nationals 2025, it's the Women's Open 76 category. We have 3 winners here. The bronze medalist lifted a total of 360 kilos from Mayhem Powerlifting, Lian Gayona. The silver medalist lifted a total of 367.5 kilos. Congratulations, Claire Debelen. Again, Claire Ann Debelen, silver medalist. Congratulations. And the gold medalist with a strong finish of 492.5 kilos from Kilos Powerlifting. Everyone, give it up for Joyce Reboton. Leanne, Claire, and Joyce, smile to the cameras. Congratulations. Again, congratulations to all our individual winners in this second session of our day 2 of the SBD Nationals 2025. And those are our lifters from Flight I, J, and K. Pwede na tayong umuwi. Kaso may nakakalimutan yata tayo. It's raffle time!